Again, a timer. And we're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. So you may see your hours in your analytics, only then to drop off, just like subs. They're here today and they're gone tomorrow. Could be because of the account type. It could be rewatched content, or it could be a timer. YouTube is well aware of bot farms. So some would agree the drop-off is due to the rolling 365-day timer. However, our channel isn't 365 days old. So we have done experiments, like I mentioned, and we have seen drop-offs. So that leaves channels like us in a situation where we need new viewers, not just any viewer, but like-minded participating viewers. Channels that are trying to get monetized and channels that are trying to stay monetized. And as you may know, my team and I have been having watch parties in exchange for participation. And now we have a backlog. It has been highly successful. We have a huge backlog of channels. Was really, really successful. I was really happy about the results. I just want to look at the chat real quick and see if everybody's good. Okay, hit the like button. Thank you. So we did the experiment. We had these watch parties, and although intentions may be good, many times newer channels are unaware of the commitment to monetization and the commitment to community. It's the old adage of create a channel and go viral. So the reason why we need new users is because we're not looking for people just using YouTube for TV. When these channels show like-minded participation, they're also looking for the same thing we are. So we're introducing those channels to all of you. And we have a system that we're going to use to do this with. And I think Bulldogs has a good sense of what to incorporate for this. And the whole team actually really worked hard over these last, I think it's been about a week, maybe a little bit over a week. So, and we've found many different things. Is it the user? Is it the type of user? Is it their account is not verified? Is it they don't return to the channel in a certain amount of time? So we think that it's definitely something to do, like I said, with a weight or a scale of significance in the form of a timer. And it's really specific to every user. And does an unverified user who views and likes, subscribe, have the same impact as a verified monetized account? We seem to think that it's not the case. We highly doubt it. So what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that, an unverified user who subscribes and likes has the same impact as a channel that's been out there for 10 years maybe? I don't think that is the case. And then so we incorporated some analytics, and we did some experiments, which were really cool. And like I said, we don't know the formula. We're not certain of what it is, but we think it's likely associated with participation. And we found that to be true. Nope, we know it doesn't. Okay, yeah, we did a lot. It was so successful what we did over the last couple of, like I said, maybe a little bit over a week, that we have channels just coming to us. We're like in a backlog of, exchanging and watching playlists and exchanging watch hours. And it was super. I did really well. My channel did really well with hours. So how do you know who is verified? That's a really good question. So a verified account, I believe, is okay. So I was in a chat the other day, and there was someone who said that they can't get subs. There was an issue where they had a channel, and I went to the channel, and they had like 214 subscribers. And Bulldogs, if you know anything about this, we don't, but we know who subs most of the. Oh, we know who subs most of the live. But what I was going to say is that when I was in this live, this person wasn't able to get subscribers, which I didn't understand. I never heard of anything like that, because I went to his channel and he had 214 subscribers. So YouTube has a verification process, and maybe some of these channels are not verified. Like maybe something was wrong with his channel. There could have been like a score against him or something that YouTube doesn't allow him to get subscribers, and he was not a verified account. But Bulldogs, we don't, but we know who subs most of the lives, and that's what kind of we went by. I have a check mark, and that means my channel is verified. You have a check mark, and that means the channel is. I've never seen the check mark, but I see it on your channel now. We have used unverified to run experiments, right? And we ran old content that doesn't have an action. So that's one of the experiments we did was we ran some content on our channel, and we got the hours. But it dropped off like 48 hours later. It was the hours were gone. So we know that's you can't. It just dropped off. There's no, we didn't get credit for it. They gave it to us originally, and then it drops off. So we know it has something to do with this timer and YouTube's formula. Whether it's we don't know the timing, but by the experiment that we have done, let's see. The check mark is for any channels that had over 100K. Okay, so does that mean that no one is verified unless it has a check mark? I didn't think that was the case. I think let's see. Well, that is why we haven't seen it much, right? Because we deal with the smaller channels, and that's why it's been so successful, is because we're gearing this towards people who are like us, small. We're gearing this to people who are trying to get monetized, and people who have channels that are monetized but haven't had action on their channel. That is right. Yeah. So that's how we've seen, and now these small channels are coming to us, and my hours are staying. Like I said, we don't know what that timing is. It could be, someone comes to your channel in 30 days, okay? And then 30 days they come back, or 29 days they come back, and they just go to a video and watch a couple minutes of it and hit the like. That may reset the timer and keep it and keep your hours and your views and your subs, and it may have something to do with that. We think after the experiments that we have done, and we've done so many experiments and we've ran so many analytics, okay, hold on, I can't see. We've treaded water with lives that have lots of subs from non-content creators, and they drop off, right? And we've seen that. I mean, we have done so many different things, and what it came down to is a timing thing. It was something, there's some sort of formula. Lots of subs. We're treading water with lives that have lots of subs from non-content creators, and they drop off lots of subs. Yeah, that's why it's the smaller channels that are, they're like us. They're pushing to get monetized. They're pushing to stay monetized. They don't have the flow coming back to their channels. So, now these smaller channels we're backlogged with, watching watching trading watch hours, and it worked out so well for me. Like, it just worked out really well. But the thing is how do I keep that, right? How do I keep those? And we think there's a timer involved in this, in YouTube's formula. What that is, we're not sure. But I would say I thought it could be a 30-day. That's what I thought. Now, some argue it's this 365-day rolling, period of time. But so I don't see any of what you are I don't see any of what you were talking about. You don't see any of that on your channel because you are over 100,000. We're seeing this with I keep growing and get lots of views. Okay. How often do you go live? I think lives have a lot to do with it, because that interaction that happens when you go live sets it. Like it actually has something to do with that timer. So we also think that may, have something to do with that. But I think channels that are really big with like over, 50,000 or whatever it is, one time a week, you go live one time a week. Bartlett Family Farm. Cooking of Deliciousness. Ooh, I love that name. I love that name. When we traded hours with like type creators, our hours went up significantly and the drop-offs slowed. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is that we did exceptionally well. Like and the interaction, and this is the other thing that I also learned, is when people are commenting and interacting, there's got to be something that like sticks to that. Hi, Jody, welcome. There has to be something in the comment that sticks to that video, because YouTube sees the video. It sees what you're presenting. So if you're going to comment on the video and it's a niche, channels have to be trying to get monetized, or you are just over the threshold, right? It's for new channels. It's basically like us. It's people like us that are trying to get monetized, and smaller channels that are trying to stay monetized. So, there's channels with a couple thousand people that are getting monetized, but they need to keep that. So, we did, another experiment where we found, like, if we identified something in that video and put it in the comment, it actually would like stick to that, like timestamp, so on. If there was a watermelon in that video, I would say, beautiful watermelon, and I love watermelon, and something that the comment actually would stick to the video, and YouTube would pick that up as a great interaction, and maybe that helps it stay longer. Like I said, we don't know what that is, but we know it has something to do with timing. We think that the formula has something to do with timing. Let's see. Jody, I just want to let you know, I watched your Monday show and it was really good. It was really, really good. I enjoyed it a lot. It was excellent. You did a great job. I love stories like that. Larger channels have a rotation. Little channels that have 20 or 30 subs a week see the drop off. Yes. Okay. So that's another thing we found, that the larger channels, they have a rotation, and the little channels that have 20 or 30 subs a week see the drop off, and that's what it is. It's all about like the smaller channels, and I think that timing has to do with something with that. Maybe large channels are less likely to use bot farms, and that's another thing. I was watching a video of someone explaining this, and he had a couple 100,000 people on his channel, and he said, I'm not like you guys. I don't have to deal with, trying to get, monetized and trying to keep, because he had, 300,000 people. So he was like, I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. YouTube may scrutinize. Can you elaborate on that? Bulldogs, YouTube may scrutinize. Scrutinize the larger channels, or I never have or ever would use a bot farm. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that you do, but there are bot farms out there, and some of the channels, I think, use them. There's no way that they can keep some of the larger channels that I see. I'm not saying that by any way that you guys didn't do that, but there's got to be some. I mean, some of the channels that I see that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, I wonder how they even have any. But that's just, agree. Too risky for a large channel. Right, exactly. That's why it's geared toward the smaller. We went from gaining 20 hours a week. We did. And that's the experiment we did. So within I think it was 7 days total, I went from getting like 20 hours a week. I ended up getting 325 hours, and nothing has dropped off. And we also believe that it's due to the participation. That's a key thing. Like the timestamps of, the part of the video you watched is key. Identifying something in particular in the video. And YouTube can see who does, and they remove the subs from the channel. Right. Butler, it's probably the channels that don't have real faces, not like real channels like us. Okay, that's a good point, actually. That's a really good point. That's an excellent point. We were on a course of being monetized in 3 years, and that's true. It was true. I was barely getting any hours, and I got 300. I mean, I believe it was, I don't know the exact amount. I think it was over 350 hours in 7 days, and nothing has dropped off. We should be monetized by the end of the year. The way we're going, and with the backlog of channels we have that want to participate in this certain way, it's working for us. It's working, and it's all about the smaller channels. So if you can engage, you need new subscribers. Everybody wants new subscribers all the time. That's how you grow. But there is some sort of timer that is affected. And so returning to the channel, and they're your subs anyway, you're going to want to go back and view their stuff, or go to their lives. I think the lives have a lot. We also think lives have a lot to do with, we were on a course of, well, I got over 1,000 hours in one day when I was at a meetup. Wow. And went live for 10 hours. Well, that's a long time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The lives are where it's at. Definitely. We all know that. We definitely know that. I do, really well when I do the lives. But it's when we did this experiment these past 7 days, we had such a good like response from everyone that participated. It was really, really good. We geared towards like-minded channels instead of people who use YouTube as TV, right, with no content creation. That's right. We geared what we did with like-minded channels intended for people who use YouTube, who don't use YouTube as TV, with no content creation. Where the views were the views their creators. Were the views their creators. Butler, same, I do too. But my live was over 12 hours and I lost them. Okay, so relax with Mel. How long have you had your channel? I'm curious. I'm gonna actually give you let me give you guys, I have a serious lag, so give me a second to get over to the chat here. And let me get my mouse and I will give you guys, so let's get to you. And then save, and then Jody, where are you, Jody? Okay. All right, there we go. So if you go longer than 12 hours, the live will not count. Okay. Butler, were the 1,000 hours from creators? That's a good question. Nor will any of the hours. Took me 11 months to get fully monetized. Okay, it took you 11 months. Okay, so we're a 6-month channel, and like I said, I was doing maybe 10 hours a week, and I was pumping out content. I have like 400 videos. I don't know, maybe 800 shorts, and I mean, I just kept pumping up and pumping and pumping, content, and then. I started a second channel because some of the content, I found that my subs, weren't into AI, and they were into the dog, my Frenchies and the desert. And so I separated the content, although I still kept some of it on Desert Living. But that is a rule on YouTube about lives. Okay, I didn't know that. See, this is great. This is great because I am learning. Guys, I'm new at this, and we did all kinds of certain experiments and analytics and to try to understand. The 1,000 hours was from all kinds of people that come in to see what was going on at the meetup, right? So they were new, right? Were they your subs, or were they new? Were they, people that were new to your channel? Because that is where I think it would count. My channel is years old, but I wasn't on it for years. I picked it up and renamed it and restarted it again. Okay, yeah, okay. And you must be monetized then if your channel is years old. But this experiment and this thing that we did over the last 7 days, I can't even believe the amount of hours that I got. Some were subs, and some were new. Okay, so if your subs are coming back within a certain time frame, whether we don't know whether it's a week, 30 days, some are arguing it's the 365-day cycle that everything resets at that time. Some were subs and some were new. But we know there's definitely, it has to do with that. And it also has to do with the interaction that you have with the comments. And when that started happening, what were you using to gain hours? So Jody, what we did is we started asking others because it just so happened I was in a chat and someone came to me and said, hey, do you want to swap playlists or swap watch hours? And it was the first time I was asked. I didn't even know why they were asking. And then after I figured it out. Oh, this is to gain hours. So I and others use EVMux as a streaming tool, and you can't go longer than 6 hours on that streaming tool. I'm going to be using that about the family. I am sold on that. I talked to Bout Loop and Devil Dog and Ed, and just we had a long conversation about that. And I'm going to be going from OBS to EVMux. I love it. I think it's amazing. I can't wait to use it. I wanted to use it tonight, but I didn't, because of what's going on. I was like, I'm not going to mess up anything. It wasn't monetized previously. I lost a lot of subs when I rebranded it. Basically, I was starting over 1 year ago. When I got my 1,000 hours, I did not do and that about the comments, nor did I type in the chat at all. And they stuck those hours. There was no drop off on that. We have people that didn't return to the channel, sometimes between 30 to 45 days, and they dropped off. Right. How do you spell that? Okay, I got my 1,000 hours, and I didn't do that in the comments, nor did I type in the chat at all. And you still got the credit for the hours. Nothing dropped off on your analytics. No drop off at all. So there was no time frame that you noticed any hours dropping off. You kept, everything was kept. Maybe because you're such a large family. How many years ago was the 1,000 hours? Because YouTube changed in February. They changed their policy in February, right? So new content creators don't have to get 1,000 subscribers. It's 500 now, right? So they did change that. So maybe that has something to do with it too. So we're trying all these different types of experiments, and we're trying to figure out. We know it has something to do with the timing. We definitely know. We think, we're pretty sure that there's some sort of weight system or scaling system, but it also has to do with the user itself, and it also has to do with interaction. These are channels out there that proved it. Those videos are out there. I find it strange that YouTube are removing subs. I'm still subscribed to channels I subbed to 10 years ago, even though I'm not watching them. 3 years ago, okay, Butler family, 3 years ago when you had to have 4,000 hours and 1,000 subs. Okay, yeah, that was, yeah, right. That's a lot to kind of get to in 365 days in a year. I mean, you would have to be on YouTube 24/7. Right. You are a creator. Right. Exactly. And that's another thing. They are the creators. So, if you're not getting, so I guess, are these people still on your channel? Like, hi, Webs Web. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. We're getting into the nitty gritty here of watch hours and all the testing we did this past few days, and all the experiments that we did, and how well we actually made out with hours. I mean, it would have taken me months to get 60 hours. It would have taken me months to get that. And I got that in 7 days. So and now we have a backlog of people, smaller channels like us, that want to get to monetization, that want to stay monetized. And some of the channels are, they have 2,000 subscribers. So, oh no, buffering back. Okay. Yeah, darn it. I see it here on YouTube. I see it. Yes, I am a creator. I work at YouTube. Hey, Rob. Oh no, buffering. Hey, Jerry. You guys. Um, yeah, it's really bad buffering. Let's see. Oh God, my luck, right? Hopefully it'll stop. He decided today, for anybody who's new in the chat, to install internet in everyone's apartment today. So they're messing around with the internet, and of course it had to be on the day where I'm doing it live. My luck. Yeah. So anyway, we found that like the interaction, the identifying in a video of something specific, you're buffering. I know. I don't. There's nothing I can do about it. I've already turned my CBRs are already. I already changed them. So, let's see. Hold on 1 second. YouTube is not receiving enough video to minimize smoothing streaming, such as viewers will experience buffering. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, they decided to upgrade the internet in her area. Sorry, guys. Yeah. I've been listening in the back, trying to finish up some stuff. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to reset my CBRs, but it's not going to. I don't think it's going to help any because they're messing around with my internet. So let me just try something here. Let me see if I can do this. All right, let me try that. Yeah, it's really buffering really, really bad. Let's see if that helps a little bit. And let me know if it's gotten any better. I just tried to fix something. So, yeah, my luck. Evie Mux, Jody, you have to get Evie Mux. It's really good. I actually got the free version of it and I messed around with it this week. It's a really incredible broadcasting platform, and you can broadcast to like several. Yes, we're back. Yes, we're a backlog from word of mouth because their hours are sticking where they previously were treading water like us, and that's exactly what we found. And they actually said, these people actually said that, meaning I work to do YouTube, not work for the company. Okay, Ralph. Okay, right. When you're monetized, that's who you work for, right? It's actually Google. Okay, I get what you're saying. But that's what we found. These channels were saying exactly what Bulldogs mentioned. So and now they're coming to us like crazy. Like they're just like, luckily I have a team of people that are good friends and family that are willing to participate in this, and meaning I do work like you do. Yeah. So it really, and now we have people on a wait list. You are better now. Hey, Belu, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you, Gary. My voice is going too. Yeah, so during that whole entire thing, it took me so long. I'm on the phone, so I have the live volume turned down. Okay. Butler channel is blessed. We love, this is another thing. Through this whole entire thing, doing better, I think. Okay, LOL. Sorry. Autocomplete. Through this whole thing, I have found so many channels that I sub to. So not only did these people that we didn't know, smaller channels that we connected with, they got a sub out of me. I got a sub out of them. We actually like their content. And now we're interacting, on a daily or weekly. And I know I'm not going to be able to, I know that there's a timer, and I know that I will have to be back to that channel. And I know that I'm going to, and I want to. They're my subs. I like their channels. I'm going to watch them, and I know there's interaction that's involved. Thank you. Okay, out. Jody, how are you? I'm missing everyone's lives lately. So we also found that, these channels were coming to us saying, oh my goodness, I want more. Because there were certain, what happened is we would say, okay, we'll do, say 10 hours. And obviously I have a team that would give 5 times that back. So these channels, hi Lakeside, Laura, I'm having internet issue. It's probably not you, it's me. They're working on the internet in my building today, and they're hooking up Frontier, which is the worst internet in the world. It's probably not you. It's probably me on my side. And I thought they would be done they're probably just finishing up, but I don't know how that's going to affect, and there's a fire right there. But let's see, doing well, just doing the work thing. Lakeside Laura, let's get you a moderator. So then we noticed that the interaction actually made a difference. So if I identified something in the video, and that's why, hi Bells and Stars, she was one of our people, and Lakeside Laura too also. It was great because we got to go to these channels, and we got to, there are other methods we use for the sticky. Again, it's for little channels right around monetization, exactly. And that's what this is all about. It's not about, can it work for the bigger channels? I maybe. If people are coming back every 20 days or every 30 days, or maybe, we don't know what that timer is. We don't know, but we know, what we do know is that if you are, coming back, if you give me 10 hours, I'll give you 5 times that back. And we had, we have a backlog right now of people. And then we had return people that said, hey, you know what? I would like to do this again. I will give you this. And we would give them whatever, 5 times that. So and then I haven't looked, but we'll look later. Oh, Jerry, you're talking to, you guys are chatting. My dad's name was wrong. Yes, can't wait until Saturday night to see what he has to say. What's going on Saturday night? You guys having a live? Is that the live show you guys do? Too. I thought the G4. I want to go to that live if you guys are doing the live on Saturday night. It was fun. I had a good time. I also want to get into another Tech Talk chat. I'm looking for a boom and microphone. Where did you get yours? Oh, okay. So this is, actually, we got this on Amazon. It's not expensive at all. I love pink, so I got a fluffy cover for it, and I love fluffy things. So I got a fluffy pink, and then it actually can change. There's a button underneath, and it actually changes color if I can find it. But it does really cool things. Yeah, there you go. So it changes color, and it does all kinds of neat, cute stuff. And it was it's not expensive at all. This is not where I put my money. I put my money in my computer, my system, because I needed a system that would be able to handle what I was going to be putting through it. So I got a gaming computer, and It has everything I need. It was like custom built, kind of, for YouTube, for me to put out content. So a lot of the money that I put into this was in the computer. Nina, maybe recap for those that arrived. Okay. So yeah, let me go. Like I said, let me get up there. Okay, yeah, because I have these on notes. So because there was so much information. So basically, we're talking about like watch hours and subs and likes and things like that falling off your channel. That's the topic of this this live that I'm doing, and we believe that there's a formula that's assigned, or a weight scale, a timer maybe, and it's specific to like every person. It's specific to each user type. And so the question was, does an unverified user who views and likes and subscribes have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And after we did this whole experiment over these last few days, we don't think that that's the case. We, using the analytics, that my team has analytics, and we have these different programs that we use. We believe that there's definitely timers. That's part of YouTube's formula. But and we also think that those timers have the participation has something to do with that formula also. So like when you're commenting, identifying something specific in the video and things like that. So if an example is an unverified account that hits the like button, a timer may be associated. So if an unverified account comes to your channel and they hit the like button, a timer is set. It clicks on, something clicks when that interaction happens. And then the person returns back to the site within that 29 days or 30 days or whatever that timer is. Does it reset? Does it actually reset, or what happens? It will be interesting. But Love Family Farm and Devil Dog and Belt Loop does their live every Saturday night starting at 7. Okay, yes, I will be at that. I have been looking everywhere. I guess I will tell the ball and chain. We got it on Amazon. That's where I bought it, and I forget the name of it, but it was very cheap. It wasn't cheap at all. If you get something cheap like this, I think it was like $40. When you're broadcasting, you're gonna have to mess with your dB levels on your broadcasting program. So, because I found that when I first started using this, it was really bad. Like, it was really, really bad. It wasn't clear. It wasn't. So I went in and started messing around with, the dBs and finding the right clarity that I need. And then I, let's see here. I got someone actually hitting me up here. Okay. Okay, so I am being asked by my team, redo the intro. Yes. Okay, I will start this over. Okay, so the topic is content creators are noticing that their subs and their watch hours and their likes are falling off. Now, we are discussing this. And we believe that YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in a form of a timer, which is specific to every user type. And the question is, does an unverified user who views, likes, and subscribes have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And after what we did, we don't think so. We highly doubt it. And so using our analytics, my team, and my friends and family, who is my team, believe that there are timers, but we don't know the precise formula. We're not certain what that is. But we know that it's likely associated with participation from what we experienced in these last 7 days that we have been doing this. And so an example is an unverified account hits the like button. A timer may be associated with that event, say a 30-day timer. If the user returns on the channel and within that 30 days, say 29 days, does it reset? Does that reset it? And what if a well-established, like Butler family is a well-established, what if a well-established monetized account gives a thumbs up? Does it last 30 days? Does it last 365 days? Or what if they don't return to the channel again? This is what my team has been working on to figure out. We don't know yet. We're still doing, like I said, we have a backlog of people. No Doubty has a channel that is going viral. No Doubty has a channel that is going viral. She started, 2 months ago? 2 months ago. This is another channel that I just love this channel. It's an amazing channel. Sorry, I'm going off topic. Let me finish the, so, and then there's another potential issue, and it's rewatching content. We believe everyone gets a one-time view in a certain allotted amount of time. Again, there's that timer. And we're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. I think we all know that. So you may see your hours in your analytics only to drop off, just like subs. They're here today and they're gone tomorrow. And it could be because of the type of account, the rewatched content, or the timer. And YouTube is well aware of bot farms, so they're on top of that. They're well aware. And then, some would say or argue that the drop off is due to the rolling 365-day timer, because that's what that is. When people say 365, that's a timer. However, our channel is not 365 days old. And we have done experiments and have seen drop-offs. So that leaves channels like us, the smaller channels, in a situation where we need new viewers. Not just any viewer, but like-minded participating viewers. Channels that are trying to get monetized and channels that are trying to stay monetized. It's pretty much for the smaller channels. The larger channels don't have to deal with anything like this. Let me just see what's going on. Just sub No Doubty. I'll get into her. Let me just finish this one last few sentences. Because I'm getting into the watch. This affects actually Laura and Bells and the people that we actually connected with. And so, as you may know, my team has been having these watch parties in exchange for participation. And because of that, we have a huge backlog. It's been very successful, highly successful. And I have gotten over 350 hours in 7 days. Like I could have never I was getting 20 hours, 30 hours a week. But because of this system, this like-minded small channel, people trying to get to where they're trying to get, what does AI say about this topic? Verified with, okay, so I don't use AI for any type of information. I will not trust AI for any type of information. I just, I may go to AI and ask, because I do coding, I do VBA coding during the day. I may say, hey, I'm having issues with this code, help me out here. And that's what I'll use AI for. But other than that, I don't trust AI. I have several videos about AI and what I think about AI. I think it's dangerous. I don't ask it any type of informational, is it great for content creating? Absolutely. AI is a fun thing to use if you're trying, cartoons and music and all that stuff. It's great. But for any type of information, I do not trust an AI. In fact, if I ask AI something and they're wrong and I go back and correct it, it's not a good thing. They're not happy about it. So AI says nothing, which means to us, bingo. We have spent hours, days, weeks testing different accounts. And one of the reasons we have trying watch parties, right? I'm trying to hook up a 24-hour live. Okay, so Lakeside Laura, I don't think, now based on what Ralph said, I don't think you can go longer than a certain time. Just got your friends to support you for a 21 4-hour live, but you have to break it down to a few live streams. Okay, don't go over 11 hours. Okay, yeah, Ralph says don't go over 11 hours at one time. Okay, you guys are awesome. Those is fascinating. Don't go over 11 hours and 55 minutes. Right. So getting back into the meat of this, we found that, although intentions were good with many new channels, they're unaware of the commitment to monetization and community. And we're talking about tiny channels with like 100 people. So, although when we agreed to do swapping of hours, the intentions were good, but many times the newer channels were unaware of what it meant, what the commitment was to monetization and to community, right? You guys have a huge community. Bartler Farm, Devil Dog, Belt Loop, and all you guys, Jerry, and I mean, you guys, I love that. I just love your community. I love it. I just love being a part of that, and it's awesome. The reason why we need new users is because we're not looking for people just using YouTube for TV. We're looking for people who are going to come back and watch our stuff. Absolutely, Nina. Jesse Journals, welcome. So when these channels show like-minded participation, they're also looking for the same thing because they're just like us. They're trying to get to a certain point. So when they're showing the like-minded participation, they're just like us. And so we're introducing those channels to you guys so that it could work for you guys. And we do have something that Jesse Journals, Jody. We do have something that we are going to use. And actually, Ralph, you guys have been in the game for a long time. And Jerry, sorry. Ralph is Web's Web. Okay, that's right. I was so mad that I got even Gary messed up. I was just like, oh, Gary is Bello. I apologize. You have me and Jerry mixed up. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. I did amazingly well. Hi, Real Thoughts. Welcome to the chat. We're talking about watch hours and subs falling off and hours falling off and likes falling off and things falling off your channel. And we're talking about maybe that YouTube might have a timing system for when you actually return to the channel and, your participation in the channel that may help that from dropping off. It may help your channel from, having that drop off that everybody see. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen on YouTube about this topic of drop off. Now, it could be YouTube is cleaning house, right? So back in the day, YouTube, when they first started, they were, giving. I mean, they were just building and they were just giving. So it could be that YouTube is cleaning up right now, right? They're getting their, it's saturated. YouTube is saturated, and that's why we've geared toward the smaller channels that are like-minded like us, like that are trying to get monetized, that are trying, and it's working. It's actually working. And then we also found that if you participate in a certain way, that YouTube sees that and it picks it up, like identifying something specific in the video. Like I said, there's a channel that I sub to, and during this whole thing, I found a bunch of great channels, and there's a channel I sub to, and she has lemons and apples, and she does this little cute things with lemon. So when I comment on that specific lemon and apple, and that makes that stick to that video. YouTube sees the lemon and apple, and then it sees the comment of you identifying something in the video, and it makes it stick. And that's what we think is helping, that could be helping that. So there's a bunch of stuff that we're still running through. There's a bunch of analytics that we're still running. Like I said, we have a backlog of people that we're still doing this with. So this is going to be an ongoing thing for us. I'm trying to get monetized, so this has worked out extremely well for me. And I've also met so many great people and subbed to a lot of channels, and I've gotten subs, and just it's been a really, really good JK, of course. Love Eddie like a brother. Yeah, you guys have a tight group. I admire that. It's great. Bunch of smart dudes, you guys. You've been, in YouTube for a long time. But we were going to roll out a system that would allow these smaller channels to kind of connect, but Butler Family Farm and you guys already have something like that. And so I was like, wow, they, of course I should have known. Should have known. Yeah, it's we're gonna, it's a link that's gonna be on my description. It's on my page, and it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna let you know, where to find these people, what time they're gonna be on, and it's kind of like, a calendar, but it's for smaller. It's geared for people who are trying to get to a certain point. I think, could it work for a larger channel? Obviously, because you guys are using it. Let's see. Unless you are actually with the other content creator, seeing that they are playing the whole video, the whole playlist, we actually can't say that we should get the actual hours. And that was the other thing that we did. We made sure that we played. Have you created a master playlist yet? No, I haven't. I've been too freaking busy doing this whole experiment thing. Relax. We can tell because we can duplicate the loss. Connecting to everyone. Let's see. I believe YouTube does filter out the non-engaged watch play. Yeah, that has something to do with it. I definitely think that, the interaction definitely is part of their formula. I think the timer, obviously, because they actually say 365 days is their timer. But I think through this, what we had done, we think it's different. I have run 2 of your playlists so far. Thank you, Devil Dog. Thank you so much. I did so well these last few, 7 days. They have their own ecosystem. Right, they have their own ecosystem. So that's why I'm saying it's really geared for the smaller channels who are trying to get to a certain point. When you get a master, let me know. Okay. Okay, I will. I was supposed to do it this week, but I was so busy. We were just so busy doing analytics and running and watching and, and then I work 50 hours a week. So we really wanted to target in on this experiment that we were doing, and we were really focused. A bunch of us were just, so focused on, doing this and trying to get the data, and they are just trying to weed out bot views, etc. And that's what I just said. YouTube is probably cleaning house right now, because all I see on YouTube are channels that are, saying my subs are dropping off and my this is dropping off. And then I think, let's see, they are just trying to weed out. It is easier to just run a master instead of trying to remember. Right. And you guys told me that last weekend when I did the live with you guys last weekend, and I had meant to do that, because it is much easier. It's definitely much easier when you have that one, playlist to go to instead of jumping. But we were just so focused on the analytics and running these experiments. And, we did honestly watch these videos, and we did. You could tell by the comments. I mean, we're hammering, and I can't believe how well I did. Double Roses Twins, hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. You look like a podcaster. That's my goal. That is my goal. And Real Thoughts is the one that I want to have that podcast with, actually. So we kind of I think I would love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that. I love to engage in debating and comment, talking. And Aura is different. This is for the new channels. Oh, ours is different. This is for the new channels to find like-minded people. One, trying to get monetized, and two, trying to keep monetization. It doesn't work with larger channels, right? Just set it and I will run it overnight while I am asleep. Sometimes it takes 3 days. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. This is where we kind of have, I don't know how to put it, a leg up in the game, I guess. Because I have a team of people. When I actually do a swap of a playlist with someone, I get what they give me, which is whatever we decide, and they get 5 times what, because I have a team that works with me, and so they're getting, and that's how we built this backlog up of people, and the people that we've done this with are actually coming back and asking, can we, they're putting out new content, and, can we do this? Can we do this? So, can we exchange again? And they're coming back. So, it has been a really good, you need to get your subs up closer to 500, right? Well, when I started this, I had 250. When I started this 7 days ago, I have 341. I got 360 something hours and 7. I was running playlists till, I wake up at 3 a.m. to go to work. I went to bed I got 3 hours of sleep, within this last. We experiment with likes and comments and chatting via comment, right? So it was really rough. I'm not going to say this is not easy, guys. It's not an easy thing. It's not easy at all. It was, really difficult, but if you don't watch the video and identify something in that video that's going to stick, that's going to, YouTube sees that. It sees it. That's, I believe, part of their formula of interaction with content creators and their subs. It's crazy. People buy subs or views, and that's another thing. People can buy. I think that's so unfair, and I don't know how YouTube doesn't know that. I don't know that. I don't know how I just don't know how they don't know that. You know, they're letting channels. They're having. It's okay for things to drop off channels that are active, but they're letting people buy bots, and I just don't get it. I don't know. We don't know. We're still running all these like experiments and tests, and we're really into the analytics of it, and we have programs that we're using, and it's very interesting to find out how it really worked well. And I know Lakeside, we did a deal, Bells and Stars. We did actually a lot of people. I think, we even went into people we weren't even planning on, like Devil Dog and, other people. And I did so good with the hours. I just can't even believe that we will be monetized by the end of the year. So, with the amount of people that are on our on our list for this, but it's a lot of work, and I'm really grateful to my team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you guys. You guys mean the world to me. I'm really happy, and I'm just grateful for anybody that comes to the channel. This is just outside of that. I'm just really grateful to have people come and watch my content, because I really work hard on it. I'm new at it. I'm just, I'm slowly getting better and better each time. I put something out, but I am, still, I'm camera shy too, so that doesn't help. But I like doing this. I really do. Doing well, just doing the work thing. I don't believe that. YouTube does catch on to people who do that. I knew one person that got his channel removed. Okay, so they have to. There's got to be something that is in that formula. Desert, they don't have to know. They set timers. Okay. Desert, they don't have to know they set timers. Hey, I got a sub from Streamlabs. Nice. Trucker J. That's awesome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't have to leave a comment for it to count. Okay. Yes, a lot of work. Yes, Double Roses, you guys are killing it. You guys are a fun channel, actually. As long as you watch more than 3 minutes, and that was the other thing. As long as you watch more than 3 minutes a video, then the sub will count. Hi, Wheelchair Girl. Hi, welcome. It's nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. This is everybody. But that's a different conversation. You are doing well, Nina. Thank you so much. If you watch the first 5 of my videos, I think I've improved a little bit. But I really do I would love to have a podcast. I think that is where I would be more comfortable, I think. There is no why to be sure it doesn't get removed. Hey everyone, Timmy, welcome, Timmy. Welcome to the live. We're talking about drop off, and we're talking about hours and views and subs and all that stuff dropping off the channel after a certain amount of time. And my team and I did a bunch of experiments over the last, week or so. And, we discovered these certain things that happen that we think are part of the formula. I think it has something to do with the formula. We don't know for sure what the timing is on that, but, let's see. I had to sub to Devil Dog 7 times in 1 week, and I am a member of his channel. How? Why was that? And you know what? That's weird because Real Thoughts, I know I subbed to you. I know I did. But when I went to go look at your video today, it said subscribe. And I was like, wait a second. I know I subbed. Okay, hold on. And so I resubscribed, by the way. And I think I told you. Okay, so Bulldogs. Right. It counts, but for how long? Right. So we're talking about the drop off. How long does it stay? How long does that get taken away? Like how long is that? I'm doing well. I'm just working on my race car. Ooh. No, Tony, we were just talking about you. Oh my God. Hi. Welcome. We're talking about how amazing you are and your channel, how you got monetized within, I don't know, man, was it a couple weeks? Just, it's crazy, but you have a really good, you did it right. I love watching your stuff, and we kind of have the same, you have this property, and it's just interesting to see what's going to happen next, and then the desert, and it's interesting to watch. I need you, Nina, to go live with me. I'm too scared. What? You? Oh my God, no, Dowdy, I can't stop watching you. I'll go live with you. I will. I'll definitely go live with you. You can come on. I'm gonna be getting this new, it's called Emux, and it's a new broadcasting platform that I'm gonna be getting, because with OBS, this platform doesn't allow me to have a guest on. I don't know why. Maybe it's a plugin or something that I missed, or I'm not sure, but I would love to. We will definitely connect. I will definitely go live with you. We'll definitely chat it out. Maybe YouTube doesn't want me to talk about the things I've been talking about. LOL. I love your conversations, and that's why I'm like, I got a podcast with this guy. I think we would have something really, really cool. For me, it was all part. I got monetized, and once I did, I quit watching subs. It counts for 1 year. So that's the timer. That's what you think. And so what happens after the 1 year? 1 year from the day you watch it will drop off. See, I think we've seen something different, no doubty, and that's why obviously there's a timer, because they say 365 days, but yeah, I don't know. It counts for 1 year. 1 year from the day you watch it, it will drop off. So 1 year from the day you watch one of your subs videos, when it hits 365 days, it drops off. WHS is. It could. Like I said, that's what they say, right? That's what they say. They actually tell you it's within 365 days you need to do this. So, but what about the interaction that you have? And you're saying that you have no that you don't really comment or interact with that. I think when we ran this testing, that we found that it boosted some of the channels, and YouTube saw that interaction, and they actually saw the specific interaction. That is the watch hours. Bulldogs, Belt Loop, we're not a 365-day channel, and that's another thing. And we can make hours fall off our channels. Yes, it's done it many times, and that's when I said we did an experiment on our channel. We ran our content, and I was saying this earlier to everybody who's new. We ran 6 hours of our content. We got credit for it. We got the 6 hours. 2 days to 48 hours, whatever it was, 3 days later, it was gone. They took it away. And that also helped. That also was with the subs. Like I was higher than I was with subs, and they dropped off. So there's something happening. It's a running thing. No, the watch hours. Everybody's like, that is the watch hours. Hi, Ace. Welcome. Watch a video. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. Right. So that's what we think. We think that returning maybe on a monthly basis and they're your subs anyway. You're going to want to go watch their stuff. You're going to want to, I like to anyway. Let's see. If it's coming from the name account, it might not count. See, that was the other thing. We based it off of the user, right? Is it a verified account? Is it, what type of account is it? Do they have strikes on their account? Do they have, let's see. If the 365 was true for everyone, channels wouldn't have an issue. And it's a huge issue. And that's why we're having this conversation, because all I see on YouTube is people complaining about everything dropping off. Everything. Hours, subs, views, I mean, everything. And their content isn't even getting looked at. And these are big channels. These are huge channels. And some of them are getting booted. Like they're just getting completely booted off the platform. It requires a more in-depth conversation. And if you're trying to transpose shorts to watch hours, they don't count. So the number from the analytics page doesn't go to the earn tab. See, I don't have the earn tab. That's where No Doubty comes in, because she has the earn. Well, you watched your own videos for 6 hours, got credit, then lost it days later. Yes. Yeah. So we've been doing all these little experiments to try to figure. We went from losing 30% of subs and views to about 5%, and that's true. That's the other thing. What we did worked out amazing for me and the channel. And now it won't stop. We have this massive amount of people and channels that are like-minded, like us, small, tiny, 100 subscribers, 200, 300, 400. Some of them have a couple thousand, but because they want to keep their monetization. So let's see. I hear you, Belt Loop, on the phone, and I can ask. I'm on the phone and I can't ask the right questions. We went from you have the earn tab, all channels. Yes, but I don't have the analytics for the earn tab because I don't earn. I don't get monetized. So when you guys was showing me, when I was on your live last Saturday, and you guys were showing me the analytics from your earn, I don't have that. I don't have that page. Because I don't get monetized. So I wanted to say, look, can I look at that a little bit longer? But I have the earn tab, but I don't earn anything. So I don't have those. YouTube tells me they won't count views if one person watches the video multiple times in a row from the same IP. And that's probably true. You can't, and that's another thing we discussed is rewatching. That it definitely doesn't count. Bulldogs or you should join me and Jerry on a crunching the numbers. I would love to. I would definitely take you up on that. You can't watch your own videos and think it's going to count for you unless you are watching under a different name and email address. I'm not talking about what you earn. Okay. You're just talking about the analytics page itself. Let's see. Everybody gets watch time if the watch their own video, but it doesn't count on earned watch hours. Okay, yeah. That's what I was getting at No Doubty. Oh, Bulldog sounds good. Yeah, I would love to collaborate with you guys. You guys know what's up, and I know that from just talking with you guys. And even if the random person watching the video on repeat, it won't count. Right, of course. Yeah. The YouTube knows that. They see that. It's just, this is, I'm just kind of saying what we actually found and what we discovered doing, what we did and how it worked for me, and how we get, and like I said earlier, we get one view per our own video. Rewatching content will drop off. And I said that earlier. I know you guys are in here later, but I did say that's one view per video. That's all you get, and then it'll drop off. We will be doing an episode on that following Eddie's Tech Talk. I want to get into that Eddie's Tech Talk. I don't know if that's a set time. Is that a set time that you guys do that every week? Is it like an every Tuesday thing? Because the last time I was in that was the Da Vinci one, which was really cool. I just watched the Emux one a couple of days ago, because after talking to you, Belt Loop, I did get the free version, but it does nothing. You don't get anything. You get nothing. Yeah, it's at like the basic bare minimum, and I want the full thing. So I did go and watch the Emux on Tech Talks. I think it's Web's Web that it was on. I don't watch my own stuff normally. My stuff. I love your stuff. I love your stuff. I'm glad the two watches. Relax. I'll try it. Okay, there's another. Write that down. Write that down, team. Write that down. There's another experiment that we can definitely. I agree, Gary. Okay. LOL. You suck too, Eddie. Yeah, I definitely, I like those videos. Thanks, Gary. So I want to get into the next Tech Talk. Eddie does Tech Talk once a month. Okay, that's why. Okay. And it's Eddie and Ralph, right? That do that Belt Loop. It's always on the first Saturday of the month. Okay, first Saturday of the month. Yes. If I'm running playlists for others, I will only play it twice, but weeks apart. Okay. So that's the thing that we offer. And that's why I think we have such a backlog, is because when we actually say, okay, I'm going to trade, whatever it is we decide to trade, we're giving you 5 times the hours that you're giving me. But we had so many people, and because I have a team that I work with, which is my family and friends, we were able to give back 5 times the hours. And that's why we did so well. And that's why my hours went up insane. But it was no small task. I'm telling you, Jerry and I decided that we will be doing a show the same week Eddie does Tech Talk. Every first of the month on Saturday night. Okay, at 7. Okay. Weave the calendar. Yeah, weave the calendar. Okay, yeah. So, let me see if I can. There we go. So this is how we keep track of everything, and you guys had already thought this up, and I think it's great, but for the smaller channels that we want to help get monetized and stay monetized, and they have a place, and this is a link that's going to be in my description or on my page, and you can just click on the link. And I missed you, Butler. I don't know why I did that. So you could just click on the link, and it's going to tell you who's live and when they're live. And this is I have Belt Loop in here, and I have, obviously my shows, and but it's great. It's a great. It's really a great tool to have, when you're trying to get, monetized, and when you're trying to get into these chats, and you're invited. I can think of nothing I enjoy more than listening to you talking numbers, Eddie and Devil Dog. I won't be attending that. So when you sent me this, I was like, oh my goodness, I should have known that you guys, you guys would have had this. But this is a great way to keep everyone connected, and it kind of shows you, like, these shows are overlapping. I know it's kind of a small, and let's see if I can enlarge it a little bit here. I don't know, because you're probably not going to be able to see much of it, and I'm in the way. So, it's definitely something that, will help the smaller channels stay connected. And we do watch parties because it is a YouTube experiment. It is how we can tell certain analytics, and that's exactly what we're doing. And then, we came up with this. We thought it was, a really good idea, and you guys had already done it. And I love this. This is great. It tells me where the lives are, what times they're on, what is overlapping. We can see this here. There's shows overlapping here. Devil Dog doesn't like numbers. He has trouble adding together. But regardless, that is, something we want to incorporate. So it's a pretty cool thing, and we're going to start, adding. Where is that? So this link, Laura, is going to be on my page. It's going to be in every description. If you have a premiere, let me go back to, it's actually on my page now. It's in the description of this video, but it is on my page. And say if someone has a premiere that they want, and they want to be, the calendar has a specific niche, again, an experiment, right? Because it's for small channels who are trying to build to monetization. I've done many experiments with YouTube. In fact, that's how I met Jerry. Yeah. Well, that's how I met you guys. I mean, we just, got into talking analytics and YouTube, and I'm very interested in that stuff. And I'm grateful for the job that I have, because it helps me, I do some coding, and I do a lot of formulating, and, I'm pretty good with that stuff. So, Real Thoughts, interesting. We have tabs on those. We have exchanged hours. We have specifics of analytics that we recorded through this whole entire thing. Oh, I found it. Yeah. So for instance, if someone has a premiere that's coming out and they want to get on the calendar, now this goes out to, does it show the time zones? Okay. So you can click Eastern time. You can click Pacific time. And so when I'm scheduling, I can do both. So I have color codes for Pacific. So this is when the show is on the, East Coast, or the Pacific time, and then the Eastern time. Sorry, I had it backwards. So that's, that's a way to kind of keep tabs on when you can get into the show, when you can get into the live. And this gets posted on the page, and everybody can, view it and see, when the shows are, when they're going to be. There's other features to this that I'm going to add. Hi, cooking with the Munchie Mafia. I love it. So yes, I will be, adding this. And then, if you wanted to premiere something and you wanted it on the calendar, you just, email and we stick it on, the calendar, and then you have the link that you can put in your description or even put on your page, and everybody knows and everybody can see it. And then you can filter by the people. Like, you can filter, there's filters here where, if you're looking for a specific, because eventually this will get filled up. And so there are different filters and different functions that this can do. And it's super, super cool. It's really cool. I really, really, really gotta drive. Okay. It's a really cool thing. I love it. It's gonna help me so that I can stay engaged. But it's really for the smaller channels that are trying to build and trying to get to monetization. It's for them to get involved, maybe join a community, maybe become a member of your community, maybe become a member of your channel. It's a way to make some, money because they have a visualization of, where it is. And I just think it's a really good tool. Hey, you don't have the real time that is CST. I think we don't have that filter. I think we have it, but it's not set. We didn't set it to it, but it is there. It's somewhere here. Let's see. Again, I haven't, let's see. The calendar requires no software or apps or updates, right? There is one, though. I haven't played around with it enough to, like, my team knows this calendar like the back of the hand, but because I work so much, they've done a lot of this work. I'm so grateful for you guys. So I've been, slowly, because I work so much, I just been slowly getting into it. The calendar requires no software. So this is another thing that you can add to your phone too. You can add the app, the Team Up app to your phone. And Nina, you need to check this out. HTTP. Okay. You know what? Hold on. Let me just get a quick, give me 1 second here. Let me see if this pops up for me. Let's see. I want to get a snapshot. I want the snapshot of this. I think if I click on this, it's going to redirect me. Can you email me that? I know you have my email. If you can email me that. Because I have so much going on, I have so many things running. Some of my functions are not my snip tool. I wanted to take a snip of that, but if you could email me that would be great. Butler, we do have it. It's amazing. Okay. Yes, right. We do have it. Yeah. I just like I said, I work so much that I get to this, but my team knows. I mean, they could do this with their eyes closed. I have a really good base team. They're awesome. They're really, really smart, and I'm fortunate enough that they're all retired and they're all, they all have really good skills. So we didn't do Central Time. Right, we didn't do Central Time. But it does have it. I know it does. But anyway, it's a good way that if you actually want to premiere a video, or you can use a snippet. I'm trying to open, that's what I was going to do. I actually trying to open my snippet, but because I have so many different things open, it's hidden behind my broadcasting my broadcasting screen. So I actually have 4 screens right now, guys. I have 4 different screens I'm using, but I'm trying to use the snippet and it's not coming in front of it's in the back of all my programs, so I can't get to it. But if that could be emailed to me, I would really appreciate that. That would be great. Let's see, Bulldogs, you can probably grab that. The Team app is not required for viewers. Right. This week will be a short week for me. So I'm only putting in 80 hours. Oh my God. I thought 50 for me was like crazy. Um, but anyway, that's kind of what we, thought might help with channels, smaller channels, like-minded like us, that are really trying to get involved. I'm super ambitious. I just have a drive that, I want to get monetized. I actually want to do this, for a living. And I would love to have a podcast at some time. I think that would be just something that I'm, focusing on trying to do. But I can't, it's really hard. It's super hard I was getting nowhere. Like I was getting 20 hours a week, and in 7 days I got 360 something hours, and it blew me away. And the people we reciprocated to got 5 times what, I got. So it worked out well. The experiment worked out well. We found out a lot of different things, and we discovered a lot of different things. Everyone else is just behind us or in front of us. Never heard of it. So that's basically, and we do have the statistics and the analytics, and we recorded everything, every day I run my analytics, Central Time Zone in the American Standard at Bulldogs. LOL. And I keep an eye on that. That's one thing. Like I said, I get up super, super early. Sometimes guys, these last like 7 days, I'm exhausted. It's been fun though. It has been fun, but, it's been a lot of work. The interaction, the specific interaction, the watching, the real true watching, the whole team just watching, like not the sound, everything, really truly watching everything. The dedication of these guys are just, I just love them. And I appreciate the everything they did, because my channel spiked. Like it just spiked. I gained 100 subscribers. I gained hundreds of hours. And that was just a little amount of time that it took. So I should also mention that some people mess up other people by paying to have bots on their channel. Yeah, and that's what I think someone was saying. Melissa, Relax with Melissa. I think she was saying that, or someone was saying that. Maybe it was Laura. Then those get taken off. Yes. And I'm in Bulldogs. Let's see. I'll tell you what, Butler. If you would like to be on the calendar, we'd be honored. I'd make a central time for you. Yeah, I actually have Relax with Mel. You are doing great. Keep it up. Thank you. I actually have Belt Loop here. So Belt Loop is here. Just as, I had him as I love his lives. You guys are fun. You're just fun. I have, some of my members, some of my subs have premieres. So Poetic Tears, she does some premieres. And then I have another sub, Raw Footage. She does premieres. So I have her here. It's not a show. It's a premiere. These are my shows. This is Thursday night. And then I do a Saturday and Sunday. I have Whistle Stop. I have Whistle Stop here on Sunday. And these are just examples of, just examples. It's, the timing might not be, it may not be 2, it may be 3, but it's just, I know he's Sunday. And so I just asked my team, and then Whistle Stop, I guess, we have Whistle Stop here too. But anyway, this is just like, let me go back. Yeah, so like I have the Belt Loop is here, Whistle Stop is here. We have Whistle Stop here. These are my shows on Thursday, and then Saturdays and Sundays, these are my shows. And then I guess we have whistle stop here too. So I just asked them to, key in, just as this is just an example of what we are trying to roll out. It's nothing set in stone. And it's really nice because it's something that people, smaller channels, are trying to get connected, and they're trying to get subs, and they're trying to get hours. And I know, if they have an easy way to do it and stay connected, we thought that this, would be a great idea. And I know you guys already, have something like this. So, but I think it was a, really good key thing to have. Let's see. Tuber Chat is a community building channel. Belt Loop and Butler Farm and Jess. Yes. And I'm actually part of the Belt Loop and that whole community, that homestead, the Whistle Stop and all of those guys. I love those guys. They're great. If you like, you can put it on the calendar, but if you're going to put one on, put the YouTube police. Okay. The source and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh, my goodness. How's everybody doing? Wow. We're chatting about drop-off hours, and Nina, you will learn a lot from Tuber Chat. I am a member of Tuber Chat. I don't particularly DTR. Oh my goodness, I'm honored. I am a member of his channel. Hey Kyle, welcome. And I think, what he's doing is cool. It's cool, but I really like the communities of like I'm a super big fan of the source. I can't go, Nina, go. Actually, I will take you, since you guys are all just joining in, I have what we are going to roll out on our channel, and I hope you guys can see this. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger because I'm not on here. So I got the source here on the, he does a show on Saturdays, and here he is here. And then we have the Eastern and, Eastern time and Pacific time. And then the source does, a few other things. I have Red's Room, Poetic Tears sometimes. She puts out premieres, so I have her plugged in. Raw Footage sometimes does premieres. These are my shows here, Bell Loop, and yeah. So I think, and this is just a link. It's not, you don't have to be on it. This is just an example that we want to use and, try to keep people connected. Poetic! Oh my goodness! Hi, everyone. Hey, Chris. Hi. I hope you're well. I hope your puppy is okay. I heard, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope he's okay. And I hope you're doing well. But yeah, so this is something that, it's just a link that's going to be on my page, and you guys can have the link on your page. And hey, Simple Family, welcome to the chat. So the whole conversation was about drop-off hours, and I can briefly go over. I think I sound like a broken record now because I've said it so many times. Sally D's reality check. Hi. But we were talking about YouTube and what their formula is for, like, we think that YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale significance in the form of a timer, which is specific to every user, right? So we did a bunch of experiments last week with watch time and watch hours, and we discovered a few things in our analytics, and we discovered a few things that worked really well, and I did amazing. So I appreciate everybody that participated and did this with me, because I ended up getting 360 hours, I think, in 7 days, and I gained 100 subs. Hey, Deb. And it just, and now we have a backlog of people that want to do this with us. And I'm really, really excited about it. And it's just worked out so well. Desert, maybe you can get Source up to speed with intro. Okay. And Bulldogs is part of my team. I have a great team that's helping me roll this whole thing out. So again, Source, where I saw that our team was watching. I saw you get that 1,000, and we have an idea. But anyway, I was so happy. I was like, oh my God, he got 1,000 views. That's so awesome. Yeah, so, what we're talking about is YouTube hours and likes and subs dropping from your channel. Like, what is that time frame that it happens? So we believe that YouTube, and I'm reading my notes because there was so much information and so much analytics that we did over these last 7 days with what we did with these people that we traded, traded time or watch hours or whatever it is. And so we believe that YouTube has a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in a form of a timer, which is specific to a user type. Desert, we can't see you. Okay. I have my camera on. You should be able to. How about now? You should be able to. I don't know. Can you see me now? I love the sense of community awesomeness. Yeah. I'm not sure why. It's everything is working, so I'm not sure. Maybe I will try it this way. Can you see me now? We see you. Okay. Did you see me on the other screen? Yeah, so we ran a bunch of experiments last week with this whole swapping of hours and all this time that my team put in. And when I swapped with channels, I had a team that could give back 5 times the amount that I got. And by doing that, it benefited me. Like I said, I was getting 20 hours a week and pumping out videos and just killing myself. We see you, Nina. Okay. I want to switch to the other screen in a minute, but I just wanted to let you know that this is a calendar that's going to be a link on my site. And you guys, if you want to be on the calendar, now I use this as an example because I have the Source. The Source has his show. This is the Source on Saturday, the 5 questions, and then he has the support wheel on Sunday, and then Poetic, if she puts out a premiere, this is maybe her time she wants, and maybe Raw Footage wants to put out a premiere and she can stick it on this, these are my shows here. And then it also allows you to see, I know I'm in the way, right? Let me it also allows you to see the overlap of shows. Like if something is overlapping, you can actually see that. We see you fine. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, this is, the calendar. It's a link on my site, and you can filter. There's a bunch of things you can filter. We left it kind of empty right now to give people the opportunity if they want to participate in this. And it's like I said, and it has a bunch of filters up here where you can filter out the person. You can filter out by color. You can filter out by Eastern time. Anything. There's a bunch of different functions that this does, and it really just allows people to stay connected, right? It allows it allows people to stay connected, know when the shows are on. And I know you guys, we have to, when we go on YouTube, we hit the notification and it notifies us of the video. But this is actually something that you can put on your page. It's a link, and there's no program to it. There's no, Nina, you are on it. I'm so into this. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And it's the source's fault. But I just thought, what a great idea to let people stay connected. And I know Chris, I want to put her, I would love to put her show. She's got that late night, and she's just getting that started. And I think that would be just great for everyone just to stay connected. And it's really geared, from what we did from experimenting last week, that it's really geared for the smaller channels that are growing. And I know a bunch of us are starting second channels, right? So it would be really beneficial to actually have this on your channel and be able to, just have it there. And when people come to your channel, you don't have to rely on YouTube anymore to, notify me and whatever. It's on your channel. So, and this is an app you can put on your phone. So I just downloaded it a couple days ago on my phone. It is the coolest thing ever. And I want to be on the calendar. Okay. Yeah. So my email is on my page. And if anybody actually, we're just getting this started. We haven't, really done. Yeah, I created a calendar a while back with everyone's regular live. Did it work? How did it go? I think that's a great idea. I'm constantly looking, even though, even though I'm trained, because I know when you're on the source, and I know when Red's room is on, and I know when Chris is on, and but it's great for new people, like smaller channels that are looking to be part of a community. And we want new people. We want more, right? We all want more. So we want the 1,000 views on our lives, and we want that. Everybody wants that. So I was just like, this might be Nina, we want to help you go full-time on YouTube. I would love that. Yes, that's what I said. Keep track. Yes, Chris. I just YouTube police. He switched. It can be hard to find email channels. YouTube doesn't promote them. Right. That's the other thing too. So if you're a sub, to a channel and you see this link, you click on the link and there's all the shows. And, eventually, you'll be able to just, add your show. At some point, we're going to give, administration, whatever. But I know that if, Poetic has a premiere coming out and she wants to be, on the calendar, then I just get an email and there she is. There's her premiere, and this is just an example. And say Raw Footage has a premiere, or someone has something special coming out, and you can just get added to the calendar. And I know Chris is starting her late night, and when you're starting new channels like that, like I said, this is geared for the smaller channels. They don't need this kind of stuff. Large channels don't need this kind of stuff. They're covered. They have what they need. So, but I thought it was a really good thing. And the source, I just put it there for a few months. It's written cut on my support spin wheel description. Oh, okay. It's a written cutout on my support wheel description. I see. I will share it again. Yeah. I think Desert, can you explain the two types of channels? So, yes, I can. So it's geared for two types of channels, and I think I said this a couple of times. It's geared for channels who are close to monetization. They're close. They want to get there. and they want to stay connected. They're similar to us. They're just like us. We're driven. We're trying to get to this certain monetization. That's the first type. The second type is for people who are monetized and want to keep their monetization. They want it to stop falling off. They want this. You want new. I want to say blood, but you want new people. This is for those two types. It's for people who are close to monetization, small channels. It's geared to small channels, and then people who are at monetization and don't want the drop off. And it allows people to keep coming back, right? Because we think that there's a formula that YouTube has that has to do with a timer. And we think that if people are regularly coming back, or once a month or once a week, whatever it is, we don't know that yet because we're still experimenting. We're still running the analytics. We're still doing this whole thing. We have a backlog of channels that we are running. I haven't, and it's true watch. We are truly watching, and we are. The other part of this is the specific commenting. That find something in that video that we're calling this a sticky method. That's what we call it. My team and I, and these guys are my friends and family, and they have the time. We're calling it a sticky method because we're finding something specific in that video when we're commenting. And I don't know if a lot of you guys know the timestamp is one of them, right? That's going to stick. You're going to comment. You're going to say, at this time, I saw this. That's one. With Lemon Time. And I think, the Poetic Tears. I loved the woman in the blue dress walking through the red flowers. And, things like that are going to stick to that video. And it may not drop off as fast, as it may give it more time. That's the experiment we're running. We're trying to figure out, we're trying to understand the timing, because we know there's definitely a timer, and we're trying to figure out, we did an experiment of the watch and watch times, and, we have stuff falling off. And this last 7 days of doing, these watch list trades, I got 360 hours, but I gave 5 times. I have a team of people, so I was able to give 5 times that back to someone else. So they were willing to do that, and it worked out really well for me. It was just a great strategy, and I gained like 100 subscribers, 360 hours in 7 days. I'm close, I will be close to monetization now because of this. And women in blue dresses are almost always, I agree. That video was captive. I just love that video. I watched that video with the woman. I think you use her in a few videos when you do your video. I've seen her in the blue dress walking through the red flowers. It's beautiful. So we think that YouTube, obviously, they see the video. If they see the comment, need to head out, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you, WebSweb. Thank you so much. Stay safe. I'm unlisting all my shorts to see what happens. I think the source did that too. It was interesting too because when I was doing the Red's Room watch, I actually was... I had one of his playlists. I was dedicated to one of his playlists. My team was like, "Okay, this is yours tonight. You do that." He did a test or an experiment on the blue jackets. So what he did in his video is he wanted to see if he took away blue jackets, what would happen? What would happen to the chat? I thought this was really interesting and really smart. And so he did. He took away Blue Jackets, and he wanted, because he has a huge. I think he has like 6,000 people on his channel. He has a big channel. I think if you just retitle them, it may help. Yeah, and that's another strategy and that was another strategy I learned online on some of the channels I watched. But he did an experiment of people in his chat, and he wanted to know if people would fall off his chat if he took the Blue Jackets away, and they did. They were like, so that means something, right? It means something. So I thought that was really interesting. I was like, wow, that's a cool, that was a cool experiment. I thought was really interesting. Titles make a difference, yeah, but it also, if a new person comes in the chat, what happens if they don't have a jacket? How do they feel? And that's what Bulldogs, I think you might have a understanding a little bit of this. Like, what if, you're new to the chat? Of course, you don't want to give out that blue jacket right away, right? Because you don't know the person. You have to, make sure, I just don't know what. Yeah, you got to, you want to make sure that it's real, and, you got to build the trust with that person. There's got to be some sort of, communication and some sort of relationship and some sort of, you got to know the person. I'm not going to give, a blue jacket. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining. Thank you. I will catch the live on Saturday night with you guys, because I want to run some more analytics with you guys. Anyway, that's why I'm doing a lot of changes on my channel. And that's why I wanted to do Doobie, the dinosaur, because I know that's a new channel for you. And we covered you, I think, really well. It was, even if you have 5,000 hours, you can get monetized if you don't have the subs. Oh, I didn't know that. So you don't have to have the 500 subs or the 1,000 subs. You just have to have the 5,000 hours. Nina, if you have 5,000 hours, you can get monetized if you don't have the subs. If they started their channel today, nope. Big red flag. Right, exactly. We don't do blue jackets on my channel. The only blue jackets are mods. Right. Please let me know if there are some things that all of you see that I can do better. Oh God, Poetic, you're you're really, really good. I don't think you need to. I mean, you're just, and I love how you're helping local. Local has grown so much within this last, Poetic, the things you've I think you've inspired a lot of people. Local is another one that we helped with ours, and they helped me, and it was a really, really good, and we're still going. This is still an ongoing thing. So if people are interested, in getting ours and swapping, we do have a lot of people on the list. But Nina, email me when you can. Okay. Where is your email on your site? Because I will definitely do that. My email is on. No, he forgot the not, I think. My email is on my site. It's desertliving@desertworld.com. At gmail.com. And but if it's, I can email you definitely. So this is, what we found in our experiment of drop-offs. And yes, Local is doing awesome. Yeah, you did. He has done so many shout outs for everyone. And that's the other thing I love about this whole thing. Everybody's supporting everybody. And I love it. I'm addicted to it. I'm so glad that I met the Source and, Chris and She really was the first person I met. And, she popped into my live one day, and it was we just hit it off, and just, okay, let's see. Yes, you do need 500 subs for partial monetization, and 3,000 hours full monetization is 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. Okay, so I thought it was 500 subs and 3,000 hours. It's in the description. Okay. Butler family, sorry, you can't get monetized if you don't have the subs, right? Okay, that's what I thought. They work hand in hand. Okay, I will email you. Yes, my email's there, so definitely. I always wanted to connect with you anyway, so absolutely email me. Sorry, typing in the dark. Oh, God. For fan funding. Yeah, see, there's all these things that, all these channels have, that I would love to have. And, I'm working really hard, but I do love it. I enjoy this. This is something that, I even have, a team now that is just like so into it, and I really appreciate them because they've helped a lot of people, and they're really, really good. Yes, I'm glad we all met. Yes, Kyle, you're awesome. But yeah, local, he's put out some great stuff like in the last week. He just cranked out stuff like crazy, and he's getting really good at, the editing. And I think he's, really saying poetic. It's all poetic, and it's you have real great skill, just great skill. So, Bulldog. Okay, Desert. When I used to watch YouTube as TV, I controlled the algorithm via the thumb. Okay, here's a great. Thank you, team. When I used to watch YouTube, I controlled the algorithm via the thumbs up or the thumbs. Okay, wait a second. I can't see. Via the thumbs down. And they did not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way. Okay, so when I used to watch YouTube TV, I controlled the algorithm via the thumbs down. And they did not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way. Can you further? This is why it is important to stick to like-minded people, right? And then that's really what this is all about. It's geared toward people who are trying to get to monetization. It's geared toward people who are trying to keep monetization, because we know there's a fall off. We know there's a drop off. We know it. We've done tons of experiments, and we know that happens. And there's a timing. The formula has a timer. There's something with the timing, and that's why it's like when you're commenting, you want to pick something specific that's going to stick. And YouTube sees that. They see that Lemontine and Appleton, and they see that video, and you're going to comment, I love lemons, or I love whatever, and that comment's going to stick, or the timestamp is going to stick. Okay, let's see. And Bulldogs is right. So you can control the algorithm via the thumbs down, and do not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way, and that is true. This is why it's important to stick to like-minded people, and that's exactly what this is basically about. It's about channels like that are trying to keep what they have, right? Everybody wants to keep what they want. No one wants the drop off. But all I see on YouTube right now are channels that are getting either eliminated completely. There may be a reason for it, I'm not sure. But they're complaining about the drop off. There's drop off of subs and hours and just all kinds of things that are happening to their channel. And I know YouTube is cleaning house right now. They're trying to clean up their mess, basically. Let's see. I always leave 2 comments on people's stuff because sometimes some of my comments don't even appear sometimes. Yeah. Local encouraged me by telling me I am a good coach. Yes, you are. I told him I don't think of myself as a coach, just a person trying to help. And that's what's so sweet about you. Whistle stop. Whistle stop. Thank you for joining. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for coming in. You missed the whole entire we're just talking about drop-offs, and but I'm going to catch you over the weekend. I will be chatting with you guys, and I appreciate the emails. Ralph emailed me, and I just, the whole analytics I'm really into, and trying to oh, you're still at work? Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad you came in, still at work. I'm trying to get to 6,300 subs or hours. Yes, my channel gets hit weekly on drop-offs. Yeah, see, that's Drive Safe Ed with that's what this is all about. It's about the drop-off, and we know that happens, and we're trying to, with what we did last week is, it was all small channels that we worked with. It was all like-minded channels that we worked with. And, I have some videos that have over 3,000 thumbs up, and it doesn't not push out any more than some that have 100 thumbs up. Yeah, I think we don't want you losing your chicks, Ed. That's why I think there's a specific interaction. We discovered that there is a specific interaction. And if you noticed some of the people that we did this with, there were specifics in the comments, because it sticks to that video, and YouTube sees it. They see that what you're showing, and they see the interaction between the person, and they see the comments, and it can, yes, does a thumbs up work? Does it get you? Yes. But how long does that stick? How long does that stay? What is the timing of that? I'm not getting any drop-offs. I just went over 12,000 today. Okay, so in the time whistle stop that you have had your channel, in the time period, you've had no drop-offs, which means that you have continuing people, same people, coming back. And that's what I think lives do. Okay, so that's one thing we think is the lives. Eddie, I am at the hatchery unloading my truck. I see my hours all over the place as well as subs. It can be discouraging, yes, and that's why we did this whole thing, and we're still doing it because we're still interested on what we're gonna find. We're still really interested, and I'm curious about what that timing period is, because YouTube gives you a time. They say 365 days. So we know that, but what about, Ed, how do you know if you gained 600 and lost 100 to equal a gain of 500? Bye. Bye. That's a good question. Ed, how do you know if you gained 600 and lost 100 to equal a gain of 500? Yeah, that's a really good question. At Sally's, just focus on producing a quality product and not so much about the sub count. Right. And that's the whole thing that I like doing. I like doing content. I really do. I like recording. I love doing research. I'm a big geek, and I just love research. I love it. I love just diving into something and really, I don't pay attention to what I lose. I pay attention to what I gain. So how do you know then there's got to be a difference, right? There has to be a difference if I think there is a way to do it, but it would take me a minute to figure it out. Yeah, there's got to be a way to, because I know it's happened to me. I have drop off, and but I know that this thing that we did within the last 7 days, I went from a 30% drop off to a 5% drop off, and I went from gaining 100 subs, and right. Desert has an intro that sums that up. Okay, so let me go back up here. Okay, let me go back to my notes. Okay, so the beginning of it is the content creators are noticing that subs and watch hours and likes are falling off. And we believe YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in the form of a timer, which is specific to the user type. So the question is, does an unverified user who views, likes, and subscribe have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And from what we saw, we don't think so. We don't think that that's the case. So by using our analytics, my team believes that there are timers. We don't know the precise formula, but we're certain that there are. And it's likely associated with participation. And that's where I was saying, if you identify the timestamp and, things like that. So an example is an unverified account. If an unverified account hits the like button, a timer is associated with that. A timer is associated with that event. Say a 30-day timer. If the user returns in 29 days, if they return in 29 days, does that reset? Does that reset it? And what if a well-established monetized channel gives a thumbs up? Does it last 30 days? Does it last 365 days? And what if they don't return to the channel? And so this is what my team and I have been doing over, this last 7-8 days or whatever it is. And then we also think there's another potential issue, and that's rewatching content. And we talked about this. We believe everyone gets one-time view and a certain allowed amount of time. Again, the timer comes into play. We're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. I think we all know that. So you may see your hours in your analytics, which I did, but they drop off, just like your subs drop off. They're here today and then they're gone tomorrow. So could it be because of the type of account? Could it be rewatched content? Could it be the timer? We know YouTube is well aware of like bot farms and things like that. And so the argument is, some argue that the drop off is due to the rolling 365-day timer. But however, our channel is not 365 days old. So that's what prompted us to do a bunch of experiments, and we have seen the drop-offs. And so that leaves the channels like us, like-minded. Our method is for two types of channels. And yes, I've said that many times. It is for, hi, model. Hi, welcome to the chat. We are talking about analytics and drop-off hours and times and things like that. So it basically is for the smaller channels who are trying to get monetized, and it's basically for the channels that have a couple thousand, viewers, smaller channels that want to stay monetized. And and then that's where the calendar would come into play, where these are like-minded. Well, not all of them, but this is where this comes into play, because you get to actually see when these guys are on and have participation. And if someone wants to put their premiere on the calendar, here's Poetic Tears. She's going to be This is just an example, Poetic. She's going to come out with a premiere, and that's when it's going to, and you can filter it by Eastern time. There's all types of filters on this. And this is a link that is dropped into your channel, into your video, into your description, whatever it is that you want to do with it, which will keep it stuck, everybody stuck, and keeps drawing in new. It helps to draw in new people if they're on your channel and they see this, and you don't have to really rely on going to YouTube to have to look for the lives and all that stuff. It's your subs are going to your channel, so they're gonna see this link and they're gonna be like, wow, this is okay, I know when this person's on. We can manipulate our channel to lose hours, and usually we know what subs drop off, and we do. We know. We know. We've done that experiment. We're so curious. We're so curious that we have done all kinds of things. Like, we've come up with all kinds of different things. And I've seen, just ideas from other channels. Like Red's Room he did a little test, a little experiment on the blue jacket thing. I think I just said, he's like, I want to do something. I'm going to try something. If I take away the blue jacket, what will happen? What will happen to the chat? What will happen to my subs? What will happen? And he did that experiment, and it did not turn out well. And so, but that's another point where I did an experiment with subs and not watching videos at all. And small channels get 20 to 30 hours a week and lose 10. Yes. So Poetic, you did an experiment with subs and not watching videos at all. And what happened? So we feel the impact, and that's why we did this. That's why we did this whole, when someone came to me and said, do you want to exchange playlist, I was new. I'm like, I'd never heard of that before. And when I said, yeah, sure, I ended up seeing that I got hours. So I said, I had a mastermind that said, hey, we have a bunch of people that we can develop, and we can give back 5 times the hours that we get. So that's how that happened. That whole thing developed where I have a really good friends and family and a team that is, and they're true watch. They are true watch. And what happened with that is I actually liked a lot of the channels, and I subbed. And so these people got subs. They got the hours because they were true watch hours. They were sticky comments that were specific in that video, and it just worked. I got 360. I'm gonna look tonight actually and see what it's at now. I got 100 subs. I even got subs on my second channel that I didn't even promote. And that's, it's a tiny channel. It only has, it only had 30 subs on it. Now it has, I think, 37. But I wasn't even expecting, anything there. So, Bulldogs, we stopped making content for new viewers and focus on the like-minded channels. The growth is explosive. Yeah, and that's one thing I do miss. I've spent so much time, in this program that we have and this, this experiment, that I haven't had time to even put out videos, and I miss it. I do miss all that. But we did an experiment where I subbed and watched no videos. I even got them to sub to me and not watch my videos. We were still connected months later. Okay, so I know you guys are taking notes in the back of all what's going, like some of these experiments. Like, these are some of the ideas that my team, like, I know you guys are, taking these notes. these are some of the things I'd like to try. Right, police, because your channels don't fall into our two, right, because that's why I'm saying it's geared for the smaller channels, the people who are trying to get monetized, the people who have a second channel that are trying to get monetized, or channels that are monetized and they want to stay monetized. It's for it probably won't work for, maybe it would work for larger channels. Gary, Bell Loop and YouTube Police, and I actually watched you and Devil Dog do the good cop, bad dog. I watched all. I had a blast. Really, that was Gary and Jerry. Okay. Keep getting you guys all mixed up. Oh, next time I'm in your chat, I'm gonna have to like get this down. But I watched some of those, and those were really good. I got to sub to a bunch of channels that I'm gonna go back to, and I am gonna watch. And these are your subs, so you're gonna support. LOL. I am pretty sure that was before I had the other channels. Okay. Yeah, it was a while ago. You had told me that on the Saturday night when I was hanging out with you guys. You had told me about those videos. So we were little once as well, and we have been through this already. I know. That's why I appreciated what you guys did for me that last Saturday. After the show, and really kind of like coaching me. And I really appreciate the time you guys took, because I know you guys know this game, and I know, you guys know what's up. And so I want to know that. Hey, Reds, what's up? YouTube changes May of 2025. They even got caught. Those videos are on YouTube. Big channels reported the stats, right? Okay. Welcome, Red's Room. We were just talking about drop-offs and, subs dropping off, hours dropping off, why, when, how, is there a timer? Is there, things like that. What causes it? We know that there is, we did this experiment. I have a team of people that I work with. I developed this team of friends and family that, when I did a trade with someone, they traded with me, and I was able to give them back 5 times what I traded, because I have this group of people that are awesome and super smart, and they did a great job, and I benefited extremely, amazing. And then, we decided to keep that going, to keep the subs, to keep people connected. And I know other people have maybe developed something like this, but, this is a watch calendar, basically, and Red's Room is, maybe this is his time. He has a show that's Express Your Channel. And so this is the Pacific time it's on, and this is the Eastern time it's on. And then, Devil Dog has a show here called Tech Talk. The Source has a show here, and it keeps everybody connected. But it's for the smaller channels that are trying to get into the communities. They're trying to get connected. They're trying to, find, and we want that. Where everybody wants new people. Everybody, and it's a link that is just, I send you post it on your channel. You email me and say, hey, I want this time, or you don't participate at all. You can still put the link for other people, other people you support. It's just something that we thought that would be, and I know some of the older channels, they've done this. You guys have used this, and I just thought it was a really good idea to, highlight the channels, and it's a link that's on your page or on your description, and you don't have to rely on going through YouTube to find the lives and all that stuff. It's automatically there. It can get emailed to you. It's a really cool awesome live stream. Thank you so much. I was excited about like what we found out and what the results were from our experiment over the last 7 girl dad cooking up with deliciousness. Oh, I love the name of that. It's we found out a lot of interesting information. We did. And we found out that there is, in the YouTube formula for the drop-off, there is some sort of timing. There is definitely, does the person come back to you within 30 days? Do you go back to them? Do you specifically comment? Like, I saw a lot of, so each of my team had a specific person they would cover, and I covered Red's room. I did half of it, and another team member did the other half. And I noticed on Red's room that there were specific timestamps, like of, that sticks to YouTube. They see a timestamp, they see that in the video, they link it together, and we think it might hold that. It might hold that from dropping off. When there's something like that, not much, just working and hanging out with Desert. Oh, you guys are chatting it up. Desert, the 5 times was part of an experiment. The calendar is part of the timing experiment, right? Yes, yeah, exactly. That's one of my my team members is Bulldogs. He's super smart, and I appreciate him. And he's my husband. Is a great guy, and we're really trying hard to grow this channel. What really sucks kind of is that I haven't been able to create any content because we watched, the whole team physically watched everything, and we picked out specifics in the videos and commented, hoping that interesting approach. I want to know, does that help keep? Because everybody on YouTube is complaining about the drop off. I've had it done. It pisses me off when I'm in a chat and someone subs me and then the next day they're gone. Like, it doesn't help the channel. It doesn't help, beside that, there's drop off. There is drop off. I see it happening on my channel, and I don't know what, is it a bot that YouTube threw in there and now is taking back? Like, we're trying to figure this out. So we're running all these analytics, and we came up with, my team was like, we need hours. Like, my channel, I want to get monetized, and then I want to start making. My goal is to podcast. I want to podcast. I want to team up with a person and have a podcast eventually someday. That's what I think I want to do. I love doing research. I love doing, I love it all. I love the podcasting. I think it's interesting. I watch a ton of them. I just think it's an awesome thing. And like I said, I love to do stuff like that. You're going to have drop off on every single platform you ever do. Well, that's the other thing. Okay. So when we were talking about making comments, Bulldogs, I hear and thank you, Butler. We're just reporting our findings. Not much. Just okay. Oh, okay. I missed something in there. I hear you about that, but we're just reporting on findings. So the other thing is when you're actually, sharing, or like Poetic, for instance, I have shared her videos on my other platforms. So X and, Rumble, I've put her videos on my other platform because I think they're amazing. And she's done really well on my platforms. So maybe she's getting subs from that, and YouTube sees that. So that's just another, it's just another way of maybe triggering something in, what YouTube is, the timing part of it. So Gary has always tried to figure out the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, we can't figure that. That's not what, okay. Gary has always tried to figure out the YouTube algorithm and how YouTube works. And I have come to the conclusion that YouTube don't even know what they're, and that's what we're saying. It's constantly changing. We can't. And that's why we think that the timing of when you go back to that channel, there's something there. And when you do, once you've subbed to that person and then you go back to that channel, yeah, if you want to watch, there's something interesting you want to watch, great, watch the video, comment and whatever. But at least watch up to 3 minutes of that video. Say something that's going to stick. Pick something in particular once a month and try it out. See what happens. See if that drop off. Happens. Tim Mitchell. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Tim. Welcome. Ravender, how are you? Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, so just be real. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, I learned something from you, Redrum. You actually did an experiment with the Blue Jackets, and I watched that. I was part of that watch time, and I thought that was really interesting that you did that. Like, if you were to take away the jackets, what would happen? And I thought that was an interesting experiment. I was in, wow, I wish I thought about that and, see what would happen. But I know that it's not gonna help, right? It's, people, but then what about people who don't have jackets? Like, what happens? How do they feel when they're in, a channel? You don't really know them, right? You want to build a relationship. If you want to have a channel blow up quickly, make a channel about drama, people, love, and drama. Yes, those are some of the most popular channels. I think that, and also the lives, right? The lives are a key. We found in our analytics that we ran, that the lives are definitely key to getting you the hours, but how long do you keep them? How long do you keep those hours? How long do you have those for? I have like 10 different channels that I do not even use. I have subbed to channels with them and never watched any of their videos on those channels. I go back months later and I am still subscribed. Right. You'll probably, okay, so you're saying you'll go back and you're still a sub. Yeah, so maybe there's no drop off on that. That maybe it's a time, that's why we're saying it might be a timing thing. It could be, I never had drop off. So, but you're a huge channel, aren't you, Devil Dog? This is, like I said, the timing method is different. Butler says check your Tim. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Tim. I'm gonna get you a jacket. Thank you. Yes. Let's see. All right. Okay. Nina, I'm sorry, but some of the info you're putting out is not right. Okay. Devil Dog and Gary and I have been through all of this before, and you need to talk to us about it. We have been doing this for over 3 years. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And I'll talk to you guys because you spent some time with me last Saturday night after the live that we had. I'm not saying that we are right. I'm not saying that, it's just something we did, we tested. We know that jackets can hurt a specific type of channel. I appreciate that. So, and I don't, it's not something that, this is just something we tested out. And this is something that we think that it might be a timing thing. I'm not saying that it is. I don't do drama as well. We have more drop off than we have gained, for sure. It is true. We had it went from 30% to 5%. So it definitely has improved. It definitely has improved. I don't know what. I've been on YouTube for 5 years, right? And you have a big channel. Your channel is huge. So that's why I'm saying, good CV. Yeah, I'm not saying that anything that, I'm just saying what I found that I think it might be. I don't know no one can figure this out because it changes constantly. I don't think anybody can. I just want to know what that, there's a drop off for sure for a lot of people. And I don't know why or how or what, but I think, with the interaction and, the things that we've tried over the last, week, it worked out for me. So let's go to the chat. I had a channel member that had to subscribe 7 times in a week. Yes, everyone has a jacket on my channel. Glad to hear you made it. Awesome live stream. Thank you so much. This is just not. I'm gonna text him back because it's not something that it's just something I discovered that I think might have something to do with the drop off. It's like I said, we're still running analytics. We have a backlog of channels that we're still doing this with. So, we're still testing out the waters and we're still trying to figure out. But for me, it has helped like my channel. Like I said, I gained 100 subscribers. I gained, I got like 360 hours and it really did help. Gary was the same way. He insisted on trying to figure it out. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, we're not going to be able to figure it out because it changes constantly. It would make for a good experiment. Yes, you're right. I like doing experiments. I like, like testing the waters. I like trying to figure out. The only time I've had drop off is when I stopped posting for over a year. You have to post on a consistent basis. Do not have drop offs, right? I think that has something to do with it too, obviously, right? When you stop, YouTube is going to know that you're, probably a dead channel and you're not posting anything anymore. But, I'm not trying to give out, bad information. I'm just saying what we did, what we saw, basically. And we're not trying. It's impossible to figure out the algorithm. It's just impossible because it changes constantly. YouTube does whatever they want. I just want to know why it's dropped. Like people on YouTube, there's video after video after video on YouTube of drop off, and people are wondering like why. I can promise you that subs were lost on your channel, Ed. You just have to look at the right spot in the studio. I know it's happening. I see it. People are talking about it. And then YouTube is taking down channels. Like they're completely taking channels down, and maybe there's a good reason for it. Who knows? Yes, correct. If you don't post weekly or for a month, I don't gain. Yeah. It may be that your channel continually has subs, then drops off, but subs were lost. There's so much, like, there's just so many things that can contribute to that formula that YouTube has. Gary, I'm not saying I've never had people walk away from my channel. I never said that. Things I know that within this last couple of days, 7 days, that it's worked out really well for me. We were able to give 5 times back to, the people that participated. We realized that the comments matter, something specific matters, the real watch time matters. And then, sorry, I misinterpreted your statement. Misinterpreted. It does, based on what I've seen, it doesn't happen that often. Devil Dog, I want some bad to walk away. I want some bad to walk away from your channel, Ed, but I like you too. When I start talking with multiple conversations, I think my statements get mixed up. Oh, this is just, like I said, this is just what we found. And is it right? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what it is. But we're trying to do different things. And one of them is the calendar with everybody's shows on it. It's a link that goes on your page. It keeps people connected. New people it's geared for the 2 types of channels, the small channels and the people that want to stay monetized, the smaller channels. So it keeps people, gets emailed to them. You can stick it on your channel. You can stick it on your description. You can stick it, if one of your subs says, hey, I have a premiere coming out, Poetic has a premiere coming out, can you put that on the calendar? And then she'll blast it out, and you'll get new. It keeps the communication. It just keeps communication. It helps keep that. It helps bring in new people. People are going to tell other people. It's just I found that it's really a cool tool to have, and I liked it. I thought it was a great idea that we have something like that. And I think the source he was on earlier, and he said he used it back in the day. So I'm not sure why he stopped. I think he said he has it like on the wheel, he said. So he does have something like that. I just think it's a good tool, and there's no programs to run. There's nothing. You don't it's just I actually loaded the app on my phone a couple of days ago, so I'm able to function everything from the phone now. There's an app that you could put on your phone for it, and you guys, and it's just it works. I think it would keep everybody connected, and it's like I said, it's geared to the smaller channels. It's for people who are trying to get monetized. It's for people who are small. And okay, Bulldogs, question: does YouTube treat all channels the same? Unverified versus unmonetized versus monetized versus monetized for years with mega subs. Right. And that we're this whole thing is just about drop off. That's all. It's just trying to understand why there's a drop off and when there's a drop off, and timing is involved in this. It's involved in the formula. So the bigger channels won't be on the list. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying it wouldn't work because Red's Room is huge. He has like 6,000. You guys are all big channels. Devil Dog. I mean, you Father Family. You guys are massive channels. Whistle Stop. All you guys are massive channels. But you guys already, you know, did it. You guys know about all this stuff. You guys have been in this game for a long time. So, you know, I just thought, you know, for us, like for me, and for the people that I want to stay connected with and the group of the communities that I belong to, I would love to have just something like, because I belong to you guys. I'm members of Devil Dog. I'm members of Butler Family. I'm members of Red's Room. I'm members of The Source. I'm members of, you know, so it helps me, you know, to actually, I don't have to rely on, you know, going through where, you know, when are they, what's on this calendar are set hours. Like these shows are set shows, right? So The Source is every Sunday. He does this show every single week. So these are channels that do weekly. You can trust that these are going to be there. You know, these are my shows. This is Belt Loop show. This is Whistle Stop show. This is, you know, Red's Room show. This is Poetic Tears premiere. This is, you know, it's a way just to keep connected. It's a way to keep engagement. You know, your channel just hit 12,095. Yeah, you're huge. All you guys are. I'm not. I'm tiny, and I'm trying to build, and I'm trying to figure out things that are going to help me to grow. And the whole, you know, when this happened to me, when someone came to me and said, you want to trade, I've never even heard of it before. Do you want to trade playlists? And I'm like, why would you want to trade playlists? And then they explained, it's going to help you with your watch hours. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that sure. And then a bunch of friends in my family, and they're a team now, said, hey, we can give back more than they can, you know, we can give them what I get, we give you 5 times, but, you know, more in hours. And maybe we can get enough people where we can build my hours up. And it worked. And that's all I'm pretty much saying, that it actually worked. And thank you for promoting my channel. Yes, you're welcome. I'm all about this. Just be careful, videos that are emailed out before YouTube has pushed it out can affect the overall performance. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. Just be careful of videos. Yeah, this would probably not, it would have to be like put out like on the day of, like if there's a premiere and somebody wants, you know, to premiere their video, it would be like, can you throw this on? And, you know, they just update their channel or whatever. And Bulldogs, thank you. Yeah, so that's a good point. You definitely don't want to do that, because that would, not work out well. And thank you for voting. Just be careful. Okay, so sorry you're not a member of my channel. I know who my members are. Butler Family, I thought I did. I was a member. Maybe I'll go back and see. I thought I was. I think I joined all you guys, but maybe I did miss you. But I will definitely become a member if I did miss. I thought I got everybody, but I will definitely become a member, because I just love your community, and I love all you guys are super cool. And I hope Jerry's not too mad at me. But anyway, I wasn't, it was just something that we discovered, and experiments that are still ongoing. And, we're not trying to figure out, we just know there's something going on, and we just were curious. And, we like experimenting. We like, I hang out with a bunch of people and that are just, they're curious about things, and they want to know why and how and what and where. And, I like research and all that stuff. So we decided to do this together, and it ended up working out really well for me. Others got 5 times. Okay, so one of my husband, bulldogs. Okay, we can distribute the calendar. We can distribute it to new channels. I'm not sure little channels would even benefit from large channels. I have played some of your videos, Nina, and I think so has the other guys. Yeah. No, yes, I know they have. I know they have. They've actually commented. Like, I've gotten comments. So I'm a fantastic person. Just ask me and I will tell you. I love you, Whistle Stop. I think you're super cool. I want you to come build a shed on my on my land. But Butler, yes, you may have subbed, but not a member. Okay, I will head over because I definitely want to keep that connection. I thought for sure I got every one of you guys, but I will definitely. Desert, our calendar has fixed spots. We're not competing with YouTube. That's right. I have enough to do. I know. No, that's not what the calendar's for. We're not competing with YouTube, and that's not what this is all about, and that's not what this is for. It's just a way to keep connected. That's all. Sometimes I tend to focus on those channels that are close to monetization level, right? Desert, I could sure use some help with some random stream elements. Oh, okay. Yeah, because actually that's how Tim Mitchell just came through, is through my stream elements. So I also have like that helping draw, people. So that's how Tim just came through. Actually, 2 or 3 people tonight came through the stream elements. So it's easy. I can help you. But Red's room. Now I told you about OBS, right? And it's what I use as my platform. But I was in a chat on last Saturday night, and there's a program called EV Mux, and that program is ridiculous. It's a much better than an OBS broadcasting. What's good about OBS is you can do a lot of things with it, right? It's free. It's a free broadcasting. You can do a lot of things with it. You can, and I've done well with it. But this other program, it costs money, and I'm gonna pay it because I want to podcast one day. I want to be able to have all those functions that these guys have. And I don't always leave a comment when playing videos. I had nothing to do with stream elements. Oh, it came through. Like, do you see your name up there? I don't know if you see your name at the top of the screen, Tim. But that's how it came through. So that's through stream elements. And if you see your name at the top of that's not through, it's not through YouTube. It's through stream elements. She doesn't remember me from last week. I just saw it come through. So from last week, I don't remember. I don't remember because it just clicked through, just now. So I just saw it through stream elements. I just noticed it right now. It just actually clicked. And your name is up there. So that tells me that that's my latest subscriber. So you don't see anything. You don't see anything up at the top of the corner of my screen. Does anybody see that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that tells me who just subscribed. And that's through stream elements. And, yeah, that's another way that I, try to get, it's just another addition to OBS, but I want to, Ed stream. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, because I don't remember on my stream. Okay. It's small. Your latest public subscriber. Yes. This up at the top here lets me know that this person just subbed through Stream Elements. So this is another addition that I put onto my broadcasting platform that I use, which is OBS, which is free. And then you link Stream Elements to your broadcasting. But I'm going to be changing to EV because I want what Ed has. I want what Gary has. I want what Jerry has. I want I want what Daryl Dog has. They have. It's the Stream Elements bot, exactly. So it's just a bot that you add to your broadcasting system. OBS is free. It's free. And I can't say this enough. It's all about your system that you're using, your computer, everything. Like, I got a gaming computer. It was customized so that it could handle all of this. Now today I have a lag because they're of all days, they're changing the internet in my building, and so they were here in my apartment right before. I'm like, you guys got to get out of here. And they started changing the internet. So I have serious lag tonight, which pissed me off. But it is, it's nothing I can do about it. But confused, but okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's up there. And it just clicked. Like I heard the bell. So and then your name is right there, and that tells me the latest, like who is. There was someone else there before you, so I saw it change. But yeah, it's all about. So I did get a gaming computer to handle all the graphics, and I could literally create a game on this. It's a laptop, and I didn't want a desktop. I wanted a laptop. I can't make a good video of my life dependent on it. I just do whatever I can. See, I like creating. I like that. I like doing investigational stuff like AI I'm intrigued by. So I like to just do a lot of research on AI and what it's going to do and how it's going to do. And I don't use AI because I know the only thing I use AI for, and I've said this earlier, is when I code. Like, I code during the day, and sometimes my code, doesn't come out the way I wanted. So we have a special AI because my company uses something different, and we have, and I go to it and I say, hey, this code is not working. You tell me what to do. And so I'll use AI for that. And then like Poetic Tears and what's his name, local reviewers, they all use AI like in their video creation, and that I think is good. But I don't think it's good to go to AI for information. I don't think AI is a good place to get information from. That's why I was confused. Tim, the Stream Elements is spotty. That is why we want to replace OBS. Exactly. Right. Yeah, I'm getting rid of OBS. I want EVMux. I'm going to pay for it. It's a lot. I mean, it's not a lot. It's like I think it's $230 a year or $25 a month. And you get the full. Like Red's Room, you have that horn. You have a couple of things that I want that I don't have with this. Like you have some things that I want on your when you're going live. I don't have any of those on this. I don't have any of that stuff. I run Stream Elements on our channels. Oh, okay. It's understandable, Tim. Never sweat the small stuff. You being on screen is a good thing. That's right. Yeah, Stream Elements is very spotty. That's actually where I got, let's see if I have it here. So that's where I got this from. I made this whole thing. This banner is all coded, and that's just through Notepad. But this is all Stream Elements. This whole entire, that's my Saturday show that I have with my Frenchies. But that's all. We purchased an overlay and a scrolling bar, and then we coded this. See, there it is. There's somebody right there. There you go, Butler family. See, there you go. I just did it. So I hear that, and there you go. There's Butler family. So this is what I do on Saturdays. I have my live show on Saturdays. It's just OBS is super easy to use. EV Now, when I watched the video that Tech Talk put out, I think it's Web's Web that does the Tech Talk. I watched that EV video, and it was really good. It was a good, intuitive video on how to use. And then I dived into it. I actually have it, and I've used the free version, but it gives you nothing. The free version does nothing for you. So, hey, if anybody wants to help me make an intro and an outro for my channel, that would be freaking awesome. I would love to do Poetic Tears is one of the best, but I would love to do that. Love the dogs. Oh, yeah. So I do a show on Saturdays, and it's called Silly Frenchies Doing Silly Things. And then this is a picture of my two babies. This is Miss Bluesy, and this is Mr. Hodor. And Miss Bluesy just got bit by the rattlesnake. I talked about it on Sundays, on my Sunday lives. That's the one I almost lost. And they love each other. They're the best. But this show that I do on Saturdays is a fun show. It's all about animals and funny videos that I find. And it's kind of a fun show. It's one of the ones I like to do, my lives that I like to do. Because it's fun to me, because I love them so much and I love animals, and so I have a good time when I'm doing it. But that, Nina, could you post to your community about the EV things? Yes, yes, I will. Yes, I can. So it's EV Mux, and the channel is Web's Web, at Web's Web. Let me see. I'll type it in. I think that's the name of his channel right there. He does, and I think if Devil Dog is still on, you might even know. There you go. I was subbed, then I unsubbed. They're subbed. That's where the EV Mux, they do a great video on EV Mux and how it works. And it's a great broadcasting platform to use at Web's Web. There you go. Yeah, they do this Tech Talk show, and I found out tonight that they do it once a month. And I was on a live with all these guys, Devil Dog, Belt Loop 29, a bunch of these guys do a show on Saturdays, and I was in the live, and they were nice enough after the live to kind of give me some coaching and some tips and some things. And they told me about, Devil Dog actually went into specifics about EV Mux with me, showed me a bunch of different things. So I came right back. I went into it. I created my account, and I did, everything with the free version, but it did nothing that these guys have. Like, I want what these guys have. It's this overlay. I mean, you can do your own overlays. It just has everything. You don't have to go out and buy anything else. It's all there. Now, OBS they do have plugins. They always come out with plugins, but they're spotty too. Like, some of them, they're just, you'll plug them in. Like, I have some, I plugged in where I can draw on the screen if I want, and sometimes it doesn't work. So the plugins are spotty. It's just, do Devil Dog have you confused about EV? No, because I actually went to EV, and I created an account, and I tried the trial. I'm on the free trial, but it doesn't give you what Devil Dog, and I don't have any of those features, and I want some of those features. So, is it visible on the computer? Oh, Strange, are you on your phone? Yes, Gary, I'm always on my phone unless CV is live. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to be switching the platform and, going to what those guys have. I have subs and have the bell rung. Yeah, see, it's spotty. It's spotty. That's why I don't, it comes up. This is the tipping bot, like in the chat, and it's just spotty. The thing is just spotty. It's set. I hate that too. Like, it's just constantly coming up. I got to change that because it's just, I don't like it coming up every 2 seconds. So there's settings I need to mess around with on Stream Elements. I'm not going to bother because I'm not going to keep it. But I'm learning, guys. I'm learning a lot. I'm curious about this whole YouTube thing. I'm like so invested. And I have a bunch of people who are also, like-minded like me. There's a lot of little channels out there that are trying to grow, and that's what this is all about. It's just trying to share and just stay connected, and it's really all about that. So, cooking with the Munchie Mafia, is that CV? Who is CV? Could be CV. Could be a great experiment. And those Eddie's meds affect CV's memory. Oh my God. Oh, you guys. Anyway, that's what tonight's show is about. I do these lives on Thursdays. And usually it's just a whatever chat. CV is cooking with the Munchie. Okay. Thank you. I'm learning all these people. Hi, CV. Thank you. I think it's scary confusing you. There's just so many of you guys, and I'm trying to, there's Jerry, there's Gary, there's Ed, there's a lot of you guys, and I'm trying to stay connected with all you guys. So I am going to actually become a member of the Butler family, because that's the one that I missed, and I really like you guys, and you've been really good to me. And I do tend to confuse things. I don't always speak in complete sentences. So that's just what we came up with, and I think she is so confused. No, I think I got it now. I think I know who's who. Everyone. No, that's not true. But yeah, so Thursdays, we just get on here. I usually just chat on Thursdays, but we ended up doing this experiment, and a lot of people kind of wanted to see where it went, and so that's why I kind of had a little topic to discuss tonight. But usually this is just, hey, what's up? What's going on? But we ended up finding out a lot of different things. And like I said, it's still ongoing. So updates will be coming, to see what we find. And maybe you guys find out something that, I don't know. And I'm sure you guys know a lot. And tell Jerry not to be mad at me. I'm gonna text him actually after, because I didn't mean to come off like he thinks I'm giving bad information. And are you tired yet? Yes, I am. So I am going to actually say goodnight to everyone, and I thank you everyone for joining, and thank you for participating, and I really appreciate all the help and all the support that everyone has given the channel. And I, really appreciate everything, and I hope you guys all have a great night. And it's Thursday. I'm happy that the week is almost over, and I'll be driving to the desert tomorrow, and I can't wait to get there and see my family and be with my babies. And thank you so much. Thank you. You guys made it even better, so I appreciate it. And I'm gonna say goodbye. So good night, everyone. Have a good night. Desert gets ready for work at 3 a.m. So she's doing. Yeah, it's past my bedtime actually, but I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much, everyone. Even better. So. I don't know why that happened. Hey, Bulldogs, how's it going? Every time I try to get my chat onto this side, it blacks out my screen for some reason. But welcome. I was just on DTR had a live, and I just popped in to say hi. I told you everybody tonight has lives. The Source is on right now. Like there's just so many people that have lives right now, so I'm hoping that we have some people tonight, because there's just, I guess Thursday night is the night to have a live. So but I had a shot in my back tonight, and it's killing me. But anyway, how are you doing, Bulldogs? I can't get my mic to be the way I want it either. I want it up here, I want it up there. I was just right on time for this live tonight. So but I did a video last night, and it actually ended up coming out pretty good. I had a lot of comments on the video, which was very interesting. Actually, a lot of in-depth comments on the video. A lot of people, our guests, are really paying attention to what is going on, which I was surprised to kind of see. Sorry, my neck is just killing me. But yeah, it was an interesting video, and I was really glad that I had a good turnout. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I was just on the Source, and I popped in, and I was like, I gotta say hi. I have to say hi. I wanted to stay and hang out, but I'm having issues with this thing right now. But I had this scheduled, so I was like, I gotta get on. I gotta go, but I didn't want to miss. He was like singing away like he always does. He's so funny. He was having a good old time, so I was like, I gotta go. I really don't want to miss this, but I had this scheduled, and I didn't want to cancel it. So, but how you doing, Mark? How's everything going? Hi, David. Hey, Bulldogs. Welcome, guys, to the chat. So yeah, I was just chatting it up with Bulldogs and letting him know that I had put out a video last night, and it actually got a lot of comments. Like, people were, I can't believe how many comments this video got, because it really talked about what 2026 was, the prediction of 2026. And keeping schedule is important, yes. And that's why I was like, I gotta go. I really don't want. I actually popped into two chats. DTR was on one, and then the Source had one going. And I was like, I really, really, really want to stay, but I gotta go. So and they were like, oh no, go do your thing. So yeah. So I was like. They said if they can. So DTR, I guess, is on the road a lot with Bigfoot. So they're in Nova Scotia, and I don't know. He's like, I'll try to make it if I can, but he's like, I've been traveling all day, and I said, yeah, no, I totally get it. No big deal. He's a good supporter. So I said, I'll catch you on the next one. So, but. Yeah, so I did a video yesterday. I recorded a video. I uploaded it last night. And then this morning I had 16 comments on this video. And like I said, it was about, what they're predicting for 2026. And hey, Wolf and Snort, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. And a lot of people had a lot of good insight. Like, I'm really surprised at actually how many people are paying attention to what is actually going on with the markets and with housing and, with the economy. And I know people are, hurting and broke and all that stuff. And of course, they're going to be paying attention. But these were like specifics in this video that I had. And I couldn't cover the full video that I was talking about because the video itself is like an hour and a half, but I wanted to just get my point across on some of the things this guy, Fred Harrison, was talking about. And I really had never really, I heard of the name before, but I didn't really know how in depth of he's an economist and a journalist, and he, he's in his 80s. The Moose Barbecue. Welcome. Thank you for joining. How's it going? I hope your evening's going well. So I was really, really surprised about some of the comments on this video, and it's hard not to pay attention when you got to work for 4 hours for a sandwich. David, you got that right. I mean, that is definitely true. But this video that I had, really went into what the predictions were. So this guy, Fred Harrison, he had predicted the last two financial crisis, and he was spot on. And he was off by 1 year, I think, on one of them. And then the other one, the 2008 financial crisis, he pegged like right on the knot, just almost to the hour. So these comments were like, I guess a lot of people know this guy and hit this video. So I was really appreciative about everybody that saw that video and commented, and they gave really good comments, and I was able to have good conversation, comment back, and because I had watched that video by Fred Harrison, a lot. He had such good. I actually have it tonight. If I was going to go into it, maybe here and there, but the predictions he had for 2026 and 2027 made like so much sense. And the guy, I mean, he's in his 80s. He must know something because he's up there in age. So I was just really happy about that. I was really happy that I had a lot of comments on that video. I'm glad it affected a lot of people, and they really got into it, and it was really good. So I appreciate that from everyone. And so today after work, I had to go get a friggin' injection in my neck. So I'm like, I might be squirmish a little bit tonight because I have these like cortisone injections, and I had this 4-disc fusion surgery years ago, and now it's getting all messed up again. So it's not fun. So I've been in a lot of pain, and they want me to have surgery again, but I'm not going through that hell again. I just cannot do it. I just refuse to go through that hell. It was just really bad. I like your name, Moose. Doesn't it? I love it too. That's the one thing that drew me to actually comment on the chat, was that some of these names are really creative. I mean, super creative, and they're super fun, and their channels are fun too. So it's definitely a good name. So and Wolf and Snort, that's a really cute name too. It's adorable. So but anyway, so I am just not wanting to have the surgery, and so I'm going through this series of injections in my neck, and I just came back from that, and that's why I was kind of like to the news at 4:30. I just made it on. So but hope everybody's doing well tonight. It's a Thursday night. Yay, almost Friday. Can't wait. can't wait for the weekend. Just looking forward to just, chilling out in the desert. The desert has been amazing. The weather has been it's the best time of year right now to go to that, to the desert. It's perfect weather. I get to enjoy, the outdoors. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. We got our fires at night, which I'm probably going to do a live. Hey, Jesse, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. So I'm probably going to do a live if it's not too windy. I did a live one night on a Friday night, and we had a fire going, and the chat was really good. It was awesome. They got to see the colors of the sky, and it was really pretty. So I'm hoping to do that tomorrow. We'll see. I also have my regular live show on Saturday with my Frenchies, and then I do a live Sunday morning. So, hey Bulldogs, but the live shows on Friday nights are really cool because we do have, we have the fire going, we have the dogs out, and it's just the views are beautiful and the sunsets are gorgeous. So thank you. I'm all right. Thanks you. How are you? The outdoor live. Jesse's, it is. It's super fun. I did it once and I had so many people. It was a lot of fun. The thing about that is that chat can go on for like 3-4 hours, so which is good. It's fine. But by the end of that chat, I had no voice. Like even on Sundays, my Sundays lives outdoors, because what I'm doing now on Sundays is I am going to different like torn down houses just to see how they lived, and I'm exploring these different shacks because back in the day when you worked the gold mines, if you worked the gold mines, they would give you some land and they would give you these houses, these little shack houses, and there's thousands of them out there. There's so many of them out there. So last Sunday's live, I actually went over, there's one right next to our house, and I went over and I got to see how they got their water source and, what they use for heat. And I went through, the house, and on one side of the house, it had bullet holes in it and stuff. And it was just cool to see, just to do that. So Sundays, I'm thinking about, going and venturing out and looking at more of those, houses and stuff. It's kind of interesting to me. Scary. It is scary because through the whole chat on Sunday, I was looking down at the ground, because there's snakes everywhere. So I kept saying, I just got to check the ground before I, go any further, because there's rattlesnakes everywhere. I know it's cold and they're not out as much right now. I guess I don't know if anybody knows any rattlesnake information, but I think they not hibernate, but they don't come out as much in the cold. So I know their season is April is when they're out all the time, because my little Frenchie got bit for the first time this year. So Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw is out there. So David, they did film, let me think of it. The Hills Have Eyes. Okay. So that movie they filmed on the mountains behind my house. So part of the mountains that are behind my house is the 29 Palms military base. And half of that is where, I'm not sure which half that was, but they did film, I believe it's The Hills Have Eyes. So yeah, it's pretty scary, but I love the thrill. I love stuff like that. I'm a little bit of a rebel. And the original 1970. Oh, it was the original 1970 that they filmed there? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was the ones they had just made. So same thing. The second was in Africa. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. You must be a movie buff, Bulldogs. So anyway, I think my Sundays are going to be, venturing out off my property and checking out some of the cool places out there. And then I have some time off at Thanksgiving and at Christmas time. So I'm going to take everybody up to the gold mines. And I'm going to do some videos and go down to the gold mines and, get some good video from that and go live from there, because those are so cool. I've been up there a few times, and it's funny because sometimes when I go up there, I still look around. I wish I had a metal detector, I guess, is what you use, right, to find gold. I'm guessing. But if it is, I wish I had one, because I feel like I always, dig around because I look for stones and gems anyway when I'm out, venturing out off the land. And I always try to look for gold, thinking that there's still some up there. Who knows? It could be. I don't know. But, oh, wow. The gold mines sound fun to see. Yeah, I'm going to do some videos up there. So, like I said, I have a bunch of time off finally. In November. So for Thanksgiving, I have 5 days off. And then for Christmas, I have a nice 2-week vacation. So I'm going to be venturing out and doing some lives from the gold mines, and then some lives from some of those really cool beat down houses. And some of them still have their stoves in them and their pots and pans, and just, it's crazy how it's really interesting. Sounds scary. Old mutant miners lived in there somewhere, David. You know what? I would not doubt anything right now. I would not doubt that for a second. I do know, though, that Joshua Tree does have tours that they take up there. So, and it is part of the Joshua Tree National Park. So I know there's park rangers that go out. Or they do a fly around in a helicopter, around those mines and stuff. So, because there are a lot of four-wheelers, and a lot of people right now come up here for the season because it's perfect weather, and they go up there and they, four-wheel up there, and it's fun to watch, actually. We used to have one back in the day a few years ago, and someone lives in there with housing prices the way they are. David, hey, you may be right. The house next to me, you put some shingles on it and call it a day. It's just, it's funny. They have a water source. The house, so the house I did on Sunday, it still has the frame on it, right? It still has the water tank and the water source to go. There's the water hook. It's all hooked up, and it has a gas stove, and it's abandoned. I'm sure somebody still owns it. It's on 5 acres, and I don't know who the owner is or whatever, but I did and that particular property that I did last Sunday, it had a double outhouse. So when we bought our property, we had an outhouse on our property, which obviously we took down, and we built a wild child. How are you, my love? How are you? I'm glad you're here. Welcome. How's the baby? Kisses and hugs. So when we bought our property, we had an outhouse. We took it down, obviously. We, put in 2 crappers. I love it. And this house next to us that's abandoned has 2 outhouses. That's the first one I've ever seen with 2 outhouses. So I was really surprised. It must have been a big-ass family that lived there. Definitely essential. It was really cool to see. So that's what I did on Sunday. So I am going to, like I said, Thanksgiving week, I'm going to take my camera up there and do some video of the gold mines. There's several of them. The only problem is it was great when we had our 4-wheeler, because we could just 4-wheel right up to the mines. But if you have a 4x4, like a 4-wheel drive truck, it will only get you so far. And then you got to hike the rest of the way because the trails are so tiny. And and they're rocky and they're just all over the place. So I wouldn't drive my truck after a certain point. So I will be hiking it up to the to the gold mines, which will, won't be so bad for me. Need the exercise. But I will be doing that. I'll be going up to the gold mines. I'll be showing you guys. It is insane to see these gold mines and to actually look down into these mines and see how far, you could probably fit my body down the mine. The mines are small, they're tiny, one person at a time. It's not big enough for, it's just one person at a time up and down. You could still see the pulleys. They still have the wooden, it's amazing. It's pretty cool to see. So, so I'll be doing that, doing some lives from there during Thanksgiving. And there's so many of them that I'll cover some of them. And then I'll probably do some Joshua Tree. I'll go into Joshua Tree and do some videos. Hey, Real Thoughts. What's up? How are you? Thank you for your comment today. I could not believe that video, I had so many good comments on that video that I was really excited about it. Because people had very good, their perspective on what they took out of that video. And maybe they went and watched the rest of the video because I left the link in the description, and maybe they went and watched the rest of it. But the conversation that video, struck was just really awesome. So it was good to see your point of view on that, and I responded to you, and it's crazy. It's really crazy. See, things like that, videos like that get me. Like when I'm looking for research, when I'm looking to do something, when I'm looking to cover something, and I find something that's super interesting and that it's going to affect my future and the future of America and the future of, Americans, I want to look into it. I want to find out what's going on. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow, this is incredible. And I had heard the name Fred Harrison before. I just didn't know. Yes, cycles have been fasted. Yes, they are. And my husband, I'm not going to say he's a day trader, but he does a lot of trading. So he knows cycles and patterns in the market. And so, when I saw that video, I was like, oh my God, they're talking about, the housing market and the financial, collapse of what's going to happen with not just housing, but here in the last few years, I've really been looking at them too. Yeah, it's you have to. I mean, in this day and time right now, the time we live in is just so, it's so crucial to be aware of everything. You have to be aware of everything. It's just, we're getting into some rough times right now. Who knows what's going to happen? These wars that are going on and some of the things that are happening, politically with our government, and it's scary. So when I saw this video, like I said, I had heard of him before, but I didn't realize how he's 80-something years old, 83 or 84 years old. So he knows a little bit about what he's been doing. So it was, really interesting to cover that. And like I said, I wanted to do more of that video, but it was a really long video, so I just left the link in, and I hope from the comments that I saw, it looks like they actually went in and watched more of the video. So I do have it tonight, but I don't know if anybody had questions about it. I could pull it up, but it was very interesting. I just found it super interesting. And then I kind of wrote, a little, I basically took a lot of what he said in his book, because he had that book, and I looked up the book and I took some information from the book, Chaos Makers, and I put a little thing together to talk about, and then the video gave me a lot of information too. So, and then I did use Grok to fix some sentences for me to make it sound really professional and kind of like a storytelling type of thing. So, but the real information came from that source, that video, and that book. And to top it all off, there were many other videos that were from news stations that talked about that same topic. So it was really good. I was really happy about it. I mean, there's not a ton of views on the video yet. There were, I think, more comments on the video than there were views. But you did well. Thank you. Yeah, I was just so into it. I think I think if you're really into the topic that you're talking about, that you are just going to, just get so into it that it's just going to be, yes, that was a great video. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I just think you're going to be into it, and it's going to flow. So, I was just really, and I'm still like wanting to do research on it. I'm still wanting to find out more about what's going to happen. He talked about, the Ukraine war and Russia, and maybe Russia even taking it further than, where it is now, maybe going into getting more land, like maybe going into, Poland and other just it was just a really good video. So it's kind of scary, though. It is really scary to know that, we are in these rough times right now. It's super just scary. And I hope his prediction is wrong, but he has been right the last 2 times. And, maybe something, there's so much going on, like the digital ID. Maybe, they're talking about Trump doing something with coins, like the stable coins. I did a video on stable coins, and maybe trying to get the U.S. debt paid by stable coins. And I have a video about that, on how he's going to do that. But Russia called him out on that, and other countries called him out, saying that that's kind of cheating, doing it that way. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's extremely interesting. We are in a lot of debt, and it's really scary. If you look at history, there has always been rough times, so it's realistic. Yes, and that's what drew me to that video. Fourth turning. Okay, so the fourth turning. So this is the fourth turning you're saying. So I think 2008 was another one, right? If Wolf and Snort can tell me, or if anybody can. So I know it was the 1920s, right? Was the first, I think. I know 2008 was one of them. And then I'm not sure what the others, was it 2000 or something like that? Yes, Russia and China have been accumulating gold. And that's the other thing. That's where I was going to take that video next, was because of what's happening, the four 20-year periods. Okay, so he says, Fred Harris says it's 18-year. It's an 18-year housing cycle. That's what that video was about, was the 18-year housing cycle. And how it had to do with the markets and the governments, and how they're pushing or pulling which way it's going to go. But it's just, who knows what's going to happen. I'm so, every day I just turn on the news and I'm such a geek. Just a freaking geek. I can't stand it. I just read and just all, that's what I pretty much, it's all related. Yes, Wolf and Snore, it's all related. Yes. And, I get another thing is my husband is a genius. He is extremely smart. He's an engineer by trade. When he was in the field, he's now retired, but he's extremely smart. He does trade. He's not a day trader, but he does do a lot in the market. So I do have a good coach. When I'm doing getting some of my information and putting it together, he does, help me a lot with that. So that's a big help. But yes, it is all related. All of it's related. And that's what scares me. It's not. And the other thing that Fred mentioned in that video was that it was a correlation, or he used another word, of all these events happening at once that's going to be the detriment of the outcome. That's, it's not just one thing. He mentioned, the immigration. He mentioned the wars. He mentioned, gold inflation. I mean, real thoughts. I do. Definitely good team. I am very grateful and really happy for my team, and I get a lot of help from my husband. Is really good at reading patterns and cycles and all that stuff. So that's how they'll pay off the debt, is devaluation. Yes, and that was kind of what Fred was kind of like gearing towards. If you had watched the whole video, it was a really good video, actually. He said there's no doubt it's going to end up in a really bad situation. It's not just going to be. So he said that back in the 2008 crash, it was the banks that needed the bailout, right? It was all the banks. And the government printed the money to bail the banks out. But now it's a different situation. Now it's actually the governments themselves that are in, trouble. And no one's going to be able to bail out the government because there's not enough. There isn't enough. There's just not enough money to bail them out. So inflating the debt away is kind of like cheating. And that's what he said in that video. He said that Trump's agenda is like cheating. So I think it's already a bad situation for most. Yeah, it is. I'm feeling it. I think I told you guys this before that I have a good job, and if things weren't so crazy and unaffordable here in California, I'd probably be doing okay. But it's not. It's just really, really bad. The government cheating. More files we can't find. Oh my God, David. That's another thing. I think so. People don't trust the government. People don't trust anybody. I mean, I have a tough time trusting people also. Even in. You got to be careful on some of these chats too, that, you just, on my Sunday lives, I have some crazies in there. Like, I literally have some crazy people on my Sunday live chat. So it's very scary times we're living in right now. It's unfortunate because I remember a day where I was happy like every day, and I'm normally a happy person, but the stress of everything, the stress of everyday life is just, it's hard. It's hard to wake up to go to work, right? Because I know that half my money is going, half my money, half my paycheck, I don't get. So that really kills me. And did you see Newsom's wife did Harvey Weinstein in 2007 to get Gavin back for, oh my God. I don't know if I want to talk about that. It was in the news again. Oh, geez. Yeah, well, he's another one that, just a bad dude. We just have a bunch of bad people in the government, and I don't know how it got this bad. Like, so I didn't really start following politics at all until Obama. I was in my 30s. I think I was 35, 36 years old. Never voted, never registered, never cared. But at that age, something happened to me, and I started to hear this speaker on the news. And he was running for president, and he was amazing to me. He said everything I wanted to hear, and life wasn't really that bad back then. You can't get in unless you're bad. I believe that. I think that's the way it is now. That's definitely the way it is now. But I did not vote. I wasn't registered, so I registered as a Democrat. And I went and I was first in line to vote for Obama because I wanted change. I could not stand, after, 9/11, it was just not good. So I started, slowly getting into politics at that time in my mid-30s. And so I voted for Obama. And, I thought his first term was okay. I still wasn't smart enough to know. I really wasn't, not like I am now. I examine every little thing, every little thing. And I learned that from my husband. I examined every little thing. So, but I didn't back then. And so when he won the second time, it was bad. It was really bad. I did not vote for him the second. I voted for Trump the second time. So, but that was the very first time I ever registered to vote, and I, changed my party when I voted for Trump and became a Republican and stayed that way. And, I thought he did a great job. In his first term, I thought he did well. I know we had the pandemic going on at that time, which was really rough. And, it wasn't his fault. And I know there was a lot of stimulus that, went out, and now we're all suffering from that. At the time, maybe it sounded good, but we're paying for it now. And that also is another part of that video that I did yesterday. It's just, I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know if it's worth voting anymore. Why would we vote anymore? Because of the corruption that's going on right now. All part of the plan. Romney was second time. Oh, whoever they are. I think they have something on most of them. Whoever they, oh, okay. I'm catching up in the chat. Sorry, guys. Now I feel like, you know what? I don't want to vote. I don't want to. And Mondami won in New York City. Did you guys see that? He won yesterday. So there goes, half of New York City is fleeing right now as we speak. They're running for their lives. They're leaving. And, I still want my 5K. Yeah, you'll never see that. It's gone. There is no money. There's no Fort Knox. There's weird. I'm really scared. I'm really, really, really nervous. Even I was talking the last week, my live on Thursday, we were talking about coins and, gold and silver. And some of these coin shops are completely they're closed down. They're not even open anymore. And they had been open for 50 years and they're not even open anymore. They're gone. So it's, I can't, things are happening so fast, and things are moving too fast. Things are just moving way too fast. And, it's just scary. I don't know. It's just really scary. And it bothers me to wake up every day at 3:30 in the morning to go to work, to a very stressful job of, it's a very, I'm not going to, I said this last week, I'm not going to complain about it because I'm fortunate I have this job. And it's a very interesting, aerospace is one of the most fascinating fields to be in, to be honest. But, Bulldogs, you have to change your citizenship to get that to one of the allied countries. Oh my God. You nailed it. Yeah, it is. It's really rough. I wanted to retire. I wanted to retire at 55. I'll be 60 in a couple years, and I'm gonna be working till I have no idea now. So, but it kills me to wake up at 3:30 every morning, go to work. But luckily, I have a job that I really like. It's very interesting. My days do go by very fast because I do tons of calculating and formulating and coding and just all kinds of, plans and just, it's a very interesting job, and I'm glad I have it. But I don't get to see, what do you do for work, Desert? So I can tell you what I do. I just can't tell. So I work in aerospace, but a lot of what I do is classified. So I can't really say what I actually do because it's classified. But I do work for an aerospace company. But before that, I was a chemist. I worked in the biomedical field, and I worked at a really good company, and I did all the pandemic testing devices and all flu and strep. So I was the chemist that made the chemistry solution that went on the testing strips that go out to all the doctors and all the hospitals and CVS and Walgreens and all that stuff. So, and I loved that job. It was a great job. I was there for 10 years, and it was awesome. It was really, 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 really good. It's kind of a classified thing that I do. But before that, I was at a company for 10 years. It was great. I did chemistry. I actually started off as a chemistry technician. I worked my way up in the company and became the manager of the chemistry lab. So I developed really quickly in that company. And within 5 years, I was the manager of the quality control chemistry lab. So, and that was another job I loved. I absolutely loved chemistry. It was just a great field to be in. And at the time of the pandemic, I was making triple money because they were paying hazard pay. They were paying for all your travel. They were paying for all your lunch. I mean, it was just those couple of years that I did that for, I made such good money with this company. And it was based out of San Diego, and I lived close to that job. And so it was a really great job, and I did love it. And, I got promoted to the manager of the department, which was really good, but it took me off the bench. So I wasn't doing chemistry anymore. I was managing the team. So I have a science background. Your jobs sound awesome. Oh, Jesse, do you have a science background? Nice. So what do you do for work? Do you do that? What do you do for work? I'm curious. It was extremely interesting, but when I became manager, I was off the bench and I wasn't formulating anymore. I wasn't working with, we worked with viruses, and, we geared up. We were in, we were working at hoods and, controlled rooms, and it was awesome. It was just awesome. I loved it. And then when I got promoted to manager, I got taken off the floor, and then I was managing people, which was fine too. Every now and then I would get to go back on the benches and help out if we were overwhelmed and we were short staffed. I would go back on the bench and help, formulate things, and it was great. But I just once that happened, I became a manager. I just started growing and getting more involved with R&D. And then I got a lot of experience, like developing new methods and, writing work instructions and SOPs, and just because I knew so much about the chemistry that was involved, and I did a lot of data analysis on the testing, so I knew how everything, worked, and I knew, the testing results and how everything functioned, and what, where to adjust different medias and different things. Chronic health issues have prevented me from getting into the work I wanted, but I have a biology degree with an ecological, I can't say that name. Why? Ecological focus. Okay. Very, very good. Yeah, that. Most of the people I worked with had biology degrees. Most of them were microbiology degrees because a lot of the stuff we did was microbiology. So, I did a lot of ELISA testing and HPLC testing, and just, it was great. So then I started getting involved in the R&D team and doing investigations, and it was a really great job. But then it got bought out. The company got bought out 3 years ago, and it completely changed, and I was miserable. It was just, there were a new regime came in, and this was the bad thing about when this happens. And if you look at my very first video that I ever did on YouTube, I talk about it, and you'll know it's my first my first video, because it was really mostly scripted, and I threw in a few things here and there. But when that happened, it just ruined the whole. Half the company left, first of all, and then half the company got laid off. So this new regime came in, ruined the place. I was miserable. They put a lot more duties on me because we lost so many people. I was working nonstop, just like I am now, but it's much better now. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to try to look for something else. I can't, as much as, I really liked what I was doing, I was like, I'm not going to deal with these people. They're horrible. They're very abusive people. I never had to deal with working with aggressive people like that. They were very aggressive. That's a shame. It was a shame, because I had never dealt, in all the years I have been working, I had never dealt with a group of people that were aggressive like this. And it was really disturbing, and everybody, the culture of that company changed overnight. No, we were like a family. We used to have, everybody celebrated birthdays, and we would have birthday lunches, and nobody spoke to each other anymore. It completely turned the culture of that company around, and it was awful. It was awful. And at the time, my husband actually was an engineer there, and he was one of the best engineers they ever had. And he received many awards and he was an amazing engineer, and that's kind of how I got that job. But he was miserable. It was just really, really, really bad. It was a bad thing. So I started looking for work, and after 2 years of looking for work, I finally found this job in aerospace, and it is amazing. And a lot of my skills that I had at my other job transferred to this position, which I was fortunate to have that happen. Sometimes when you change jobs, some of your skills don't, you can't transfer them over to the new job. But I had been in so many different departments in the other job. I was in quality, I was in R&D, I was a technician, I was, I handled the logistics part of, I was involved in so much, in metrics, and, I did a lot for that company. I would do all the metrics for, the run times, and, because of being a manager, I did payroll and all that stuff. So when it took me 2 years of interviewing, and the interviews, guys, you don't want to be interviewing. I went through 2 years of interviews, 5 interviews. You go through 5 people each time you interview. I got several offers, but they were not close to the pay that I was making, and I couldn't take a pay cut. So it took me 2 years to find some company that would pay me what I was making, actually even more. So it worked out well for me. So that's why I say I really don't want to. I can't complain about where I am right now. I just can't. It's a good job. I like it. It's just it kills me to go to work every day at 3:30. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I'm in work by 5 a.m. And I work till I just made this live at 4:30, and half my paycheck is gone. Half of it's gone. High regulated environment skills probably transferred. Yes, and that was the other thing. Why I dealt with all the auditors. We were heavily audited by the FDA, constantly audited by the FDA. We were funded by the FDA. A lot of the stuff we were doing, especially during the pandemic, we were funded by the FDA. So they were there all the time, and I had to deal with them. And so I did, I tend to be an overachiever anyway. So I really put a lot into things that I do. It's just who I always want to try to prove myself. I don't know. It's just something in me. I was fortunate enough that the VP of the company saw that in me, and he actually was the one who kind of like guided me through this whole. He pretty much trained me in everything. So I was very fortunate to get in good with him, develop really good work relationships with everybody. So they were more than happy to help me and, help me grow in the company. And I grew really fast in 5 years. Like I said, I was manager. I had great relationships. And then that whole thing happened with the being bought out. And now today, their stock of the company. So during the pandemic, the stock of the company was around $350 a stock. It's down to $21 today. Lucky they didn't dangle a carrot and promise you the world. Well, they did that too, but that was before the new regime came in. But anyway, they were good to me. Before the new regime came in, they were good to me. But their stock is $21 today. Today, it tanked so bad that I actually talked to the VP that used to be the guy that I worked with. We texted each other today because we were because when the new regime came in, that VP that I was really good, friends with, and we worked as a team running the company, he left when the regime came in. He was like, F this, I'm out. I'm not dealing with it. Because these people were aggressive and just, I had never dealt with people that were yelling and screaming and just, you get more bees with honey. They were really awful people. And so he was ready to, he was going to retire. He was in his late 60s. He was going to work there till probably in his 80s because he loved it so much. He just loved it. And I loved him. He was great. But, he, as soon as that happened, he said, you know what? I'm going to retire. F this. I'm not dealing with these people. This is just terrible. This is just awful. The way they're treating, he was even disgusted. He was like, I can't believe the way they're treating these people who have worked this. Half the company worked there for 30 years. Most of the company had worked there 10 years or more. So it was just really bad, but it did take me 2 years of interviewing, and God, that was just, oh my God, the interview process. It just over and over and over again. And like I said, I got several offers, but no one could match what I was making until I found this job. So again, I went through 5 interviews all the way to the CEO for this position that I just got. And I just got it back in January of this year. And that's how I moved closer to my house in the desert. So I'm not in San Diego anymore. I'm further north. So it's, I'm very close to my job. My apartment where I'm filming now is my apartment, and it's 16 miles from where I work, so it's great. It was just, it's been a ride. It's been a ride. But I started YouTube because I was hoping you got a lateral move. Yes, it was pretty much a lateral move with some bonuses. So it was a little bit more money because of the bonus program they have. But it's a much better job, and the people are great, and I love going there. So I love to go there. I love to go to work. I'm giving a two-way here. So I like what I'm doing, but I hate going to work and working for nothing because I don't get to keep my paycheck. So, the state of California, guys, they take 14.4% of your paycheck. The state. Glad it worked out. Thank you, Real. Yes, I am too. I am very fortunate. Like I said, I'm really fortunate. But the state of California takes 14.4% of my paycheck. The government takes 38% of my paycheck. Then my health insurance is $500 a month. I get paid twice a month. So $250 and $250, $500 a month comes. I'm telling you, it is out of control. Things are out of control. And that's what that video was about last night when Fred was talking about how they're taxing the workers because the governments are they're just in so much trouble right now. So, and living in the state of California, our gas is still almost $5 a gallon. I paid $4.89 today. It cost me $90 hey, Erwin, welcome. Virginia, welcome to the chat. We're discussing finances and money and taxes and the world and what hell it is right now. But Virginia is beautiful. We actually looked. We've been looking. We want to get out of California, but we love our desert home. We do. We love it there so much. And that's the one thing that's stopping us from, because we look at home prices. My husband is constantly looking to get the heck out of here. And if I could find another job, like I have now somewhere else, that would be great. Virginia's gorgeous. I am originally from the East Coast. So, New York, Boston, Jersey. I have family in Maine. I have family in Florida. I have family, and I still have family back home in Sicily. We have to get. I think we're eventually going to be pushed out of California, to be honest. My husband is retired, so he's on a fixed, income. I get a 3% raise every year. What is that going to do? I mean, it's not like we're going to get anywhere because they're going to keep hiking everything up. The electric, I just got to notice your electric's going to go, sky high. And it's just got back from a 10-day vacation in Berkeley Springs. What is that, Wyoming? I can't see. I love it in the woods and mountains. Oh, is it Washington? I'm blind as a bat. Sorry, guys. And I love the woods and mountains too. Like when I lived in New Hampshire, for like 7 years. I really liked New Hampshire. It was gorgeous. And I used to travel through Vermont. I was a snowboarder back in the day. West Virginia. I see. WV. Okay, West Virginia. I've been to Berkeley Springs, Irwin. It's a beautiful place. Jesse. Okay. I heard it was gorgeous there, and we did look. We looked in Virginia, we looked in Georgia, we looked in Tennessee, with North Carolina, South Carolina. It was funny because we were looking, we almost bought in North Carolina, and then the hurricane hit that year. I think it was last year or the year before, and we were like, raw footage. Hi, welcome. Yes, you caught me. Welcome, honey. How are ya? I'm glad to see you. So we, you're from Virginia too? Jesus. Oh my God. Awesome. Wow, there's a lot of East Coasters. Yeah, so we were looking, we almost bought in North Carolina, and then that hurricane hit, and we were like, okay, maybe, we'll look other places. And we were like, nah, we'll just stay where we are in California. But like I said, financially, I think we're going to get pushed out because a 3% raise every year, guys, for me is not going to hold up with the insurance costs. That, like, our car insurance went from, I think my husband said his bill went from $158 a month to $300. So now, like, it is insanely expensive here, and we're eventually probably going to get pushed out, which is so unfortunate. Moved out here in 2013 to take a job at the Board of Veteran Appeals in DC. Oh, just retired in April. Lucky you, Erin. Oh my God. I want to retire so bad. I just want to retire. I just want to be done with it. But, I just want to be done with it. I am, I still want to work though too, like, cause I still feel young. Like I still feel like if I retire, I'm going to need something to do. I'm not one of those that, wow, that's insane. Yeah, I'm not one of those that can just, I'm going to try to film. Oh, you should. You should. Listen, my team loved your raw footage. My team, I told them, I'm like, she's just hilarious. Like, when we're in the chat with the source, I think I even asked you, are you a professional comedian? Because you are so freaking funny. And my whole team that, helped with your hours, they just thought you were just amazing. So, Erwin, now working a part-time job as executive director of the Air Warrior Courage Foundation. Oh, no way. Okay, so I'm in aerospace. I can't really say what I do because it's classified, but I am in aerospace. That's really cool. Yeah, great sense of humor. Raw footage is just funny, and we have a good time in that chat. And Robert Carter is another one. Like, I need to get him. I don't know if he needs watch hours or whatever, but I would like to help him out a little bit too. But my whole team that worked on your hours, they were just like, wow, this channel is really great. So I'm glad you did well. I'm glad they helped you out, and your analytics were great. I'm really happy about that. Hey, Beltloop 29 Homestead, what's up? How you doing tonight? Hope all is well. I saw some of the, sorry, wrong channel, understood. Sorry, wrong channel. Oh, I know you have many. You're on your homestead, but I know you have a ton of them. Understood. 13 years flying on B-52s. Oh, wow. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, so yes, okay, that's impressive. I know exactly what a B-52 is because of my job. But anyway, we're probably going to get pushed out of California because, like I said, my income is probably not going to be able to keep up with what is going to happen to California. So I was saying, I was here with the wrong channel. I'm back, and I was able to hit the like button. I love you, Beltloop. You are just awesome. Everybody is just, I really, really love my subs. I really do. They're so supportive, everybody. You guys are just so supportive. You comment on my videos and real thoughts. You have you're super smart, and I just love, we should have a podcast. Like, I think a podcast would be like really good. And just, LOL, I thought you logged into the wrong channel. Beltloop, David, he was here last time, I think. Yeah. So anyway, I really do think that eventually we're going to be pushed out. The cost of food here is just insane. The eggs are $12.99. A gallon of milk is like $5. I told you today I paid $4.89 for gas, so it cost me $90 to fill my tank. And thank God that lasts me through the week, even traveling back and forth the 175 miles every weekend to go to the desert on Fridays and Sundays. It does last, but a 3% raise every year is not going to help me out. And with everything increasing in California, it's going to be pretty bad. So, but Belt Loop, I wanted to tell you, I saw some of your videos from the fair, and I was like, I wish I lived near you guys. I want to meet your wife. She seems really cool. You have a great group. I actually I became a member of Devil Dog, and I'm looking forward to really getting into that channel. Yes, real. It would be really good. I wish I had I don't have the program to have an app, a guest on, and I think I was asking Belt Loop the last time what they were using, or it might have been Devil Dog that I was asking. I can't remember who it was, but there's a program that I want to get so that I can have guests up. But I actually would love to get into podcasting because I love conversation. Obviously, you can tell I haven't shut up once. I love to get into world events, and I love to hear what other people have to say and their opinions, and even debating. Charlie Kirk was a great debater. If anything at all, he was a great debater. I didn't agree with everything he had to say, but even at that, he was just he was a good debater, and I would love to get into that. So I have someone, let's see. Oh, an old friend of mine is at a game in San Diego, at a hockey game. It's Gary, my old person I used to work with. So I would love to do a podcast thing, I think it would be really interesting, and Real Thoughts, you have a great perspective, and I think a lot of what we talk about back and forth, it just vibes. I don't know, and I think we would have good debates if we disagree on things. My husband was saying that. He's like, man, you guys would be a really good podcast show to watch. So I thought that was funny the last time he said that, because he was on the chat and he was, listening to us. And he's like, man, that would be... I really enjoy your channel, Desert. Logic and laughter, curiosity and cuteness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Little dogs demanding attention. I think we would have fun. Yeah. So again, Belt Loop, first of all, your dogs are just the cutest. I think I saw 3 of them. Is it 3 that you have? And are they related? Because they all look identical. Jesse Journals and a box. Yes, a podcast with you and Real Thoughts Project would be great. At Desert, I have a space tomorrow if you have someone that wants to exchange hours. Okay, guys, so does anybody need watch hours? Does anybody need hours for your channel? I have a team that I've developed, and Bulldogs is the manager, pretty much, and he is very, very good. I have 3 Boston Terriers. I got them all from Devil Dog. 2 litters of, oh, no kidding. Oh my God, they're so cute. They are just adorable. I just love them. I want them. They're so cute. I'm an animal lover anyway. I love animals. It doesn't matter what it is, except snakes. I don't like snakes. But your dogs are so cute. They're just adorable. And yeah, so if anybody is interested in getting some hours for your channel, I have a good team that can help you out with that. And if you want to, just let me know in the chat. I was able to help out actually a lot of people with that, and they reciprocated. So it was really good to, be able to help out people, especially when you have, more than just one person, helping. So the Frenchie aspect kind of gives that away. I want to do basically watch Nina's playlist and we'll watch yours. Okay, there you go. Yeah, basically that's what it is. And I've traded with most of you guys on here. Actually, I've traded with. So, but if you need hours, just let me know and we will hook you up. And yeah, I'm totally down with that. I need watch hours too, so I'm all about that. And what I like about that actually is you really get to see the channel. Like you really, really, if you're truly a watcher, if you're truly a watcher of the channel, you really get to see that channel, and you're gonna. What an awesome idea to develop a team to support. Yes, it was. It was a good. It was a good. I'm fortunate. I have, a good sub base. I'll call it a community. To be honest, I really do. I have a lot of people that are really good members, subs, and they would do, they're really supportive. They're great people, and half of them are you guys. But it really, they'll do a lot for me, and I will do the same, for you guys. So it did help. Like my watch hours went up 30 hours in one day. So can I make a suggestion? Yes. So somebody did make a suggestion to me about the watch hours. Yes. So I don't know if you know who DTR is. I think you probably do. They gave a suggestion about putting everything, all your videos in one list. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what they did. They suggested today in a comment to me to get all the videos in one, instead of jumping from playlist to playlist to play, because that takes a lot of time, right? It takes a lot of time to do that. And yes, create one playlist, get all your videos in there. Actually, I'm thinking about doing two. So one for all my shorts and then one for all my videos. So Raw did. Okay. Yeah. Well, she's smart. So it is really easy to do as well. Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to be working on that. I'm separating that. I'm still going to keep my playlists the way they are, but I'm going to make a separate one, two separates, one for my shorts, because I have a lot. Make a complete list of everything. Support list. Yeah, raw footage. I wish I thought of that earlier, because it would have made it much easier for people to do my watch list and, trade hours. And it takes about 5 minutes if you have a lot of videos. Yeah, I do. I have almost 400 videos, and then I have so many shorts. I mean, I don't even know how many shorts I have. You don't have to eliminate your shorts. Right. I was going to keep, so what I was going to do is I was going to put my... LOL, I'm just a smarty pants. You are smart. We like every video, so it sticks with YouTube. That's the other. Hi, Bells. How are you, honey? Thank you for joining. I hope you are well. We're talking about playlists and trading playlists and hours and things like that. And So yeah, so I have, a lot of long content too. That's the other thing. And somebody mentioned it. I think it was David. Was it David who said it? So the key when you're trading playlists like that is to actually watch the video first of all, and then comment and like. You have to hit that like, because what the algorithm looks at is the interaction. When you're just running a playlist, that, yes, it helps with hours, but when that interaction happens, hi Poetic, how are you, love? Thank you for joining. I'm so happy to see everybody here. I really am. I am super happy. I watch your stuff anyway, but I haven't seen all of the old stuff. I will have to go back and check them out. Oh, Real Thoughts. When you see my old stuff, you're going to be like, oh, Jesus. I was so new and so scared to death. Like, my first few AI videos were all, that is the thing I am struggling with. Bells, if you need hours, let me know. Drop it in the, just say I will help you. If you want them, let me know. Just tell me right now, and I will help you with your hours. My first 5 videos were all scripted. Most of it was scripted, and a lot of it was a lot of editing, and but I was scared to death. I had never done anything like it before. So you do? Okay, so Bulldogs, if you're still here, I believe you could just click on her. Let me get her. Hold on one second. Let me get her. Is she? Yeah, you're moderator. I think I gave you a moderator. She should be moderating. How come she doesn't have a, hold on. Yeah, she's the moderator. Okay, so just grab her, please. And you just select them. Okay, yeah. Okay, so, Bulldogs, if you're still there, please get bells and stars. So you can do 50 at a time. Okay. David. Yes, yeah. So David is really great. He's another sub of mine, and he is a very good supporter. I have a few that are really good. Thank you, Bulldogs. And I have a lot of people, and I also enjoy. I'm one of them watching. And like I was talking about the interaction you have to have, because YouTube looks at that. They look at if you're going to like the video, if you comment on the video. Just thanks, Desert, for you and your crew watching my playlist. You're welcome, Poetic. Anything for you. I actually sent you a comment saying I'm starting to put music in my videos. I did a couple of shorts with some music, and so far so good. I haven't gotten anything. Back from that, so I was really happy. But I did apply for the copyright license through the state, or the commissioner or whatever. So we'll see what happens. But I'm glad that they were able to help you out with your hours. So I do have a good community. I'm calling it a community. They are great people. And again, half of them are you guys, but they are really faithful to me, and I love them, and I'm really close to them. But it is all about the interaction. The algorithm looks at not just running the playlist, but they're looking for the interaction. They're looking for, was it expensive? Yes. It's $325 for 10 either songs or videos or whatever. So every time you do, you get 10, and then you pay another $325 for another 10, or you can pay $1,000 for 50. So it was pricey. It was pricey. I'm not gonna lie. And in that video, I leave that the lawyer that's in that video, she has all the information on how to do it, how to apply for it. So, but it was, do you mind if I drop a link to a video about creating a master? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Drop a link. Yes, please. Yes, that would be great. I don't mind at all. I don't mind anybody dropping links here. So it's all about connections and, building your channel. And but it's definitely not just running the playlist. Please comment, like, anybody can just run a playlist and not pay attention. And then you don't know anything about that channel. And then why would you subscribe if you don't know anything about the channel? Local reviewer, hello. Hi, welcome. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good night. We're all talking about YouTube and play hours and watch hours and all that kind of stuff, and video making and music. And, I just started adding some music to my videos, and I love it. I love it. I just love it. Sandra, I am just having so much fun with it. I just, I don't know. I just love doing it. I love creating. It's a lot of fun. It does take a little bit of time, but because I'm new to it, like I'm new to all these, Suno and all these other programs. So, but the program I really want to learn about is what I use to have guests on my channel. I don't know. Some say StreamYard, some say, I don't know which one is the best one to use. And when I was watching, I think was it you, Belt Loop, the other night with Devil Dog, and you had Dez on. I think it was you. I'm not sure which one to go with for that, because I do local reviewer watch hours. Are you looking for watch hours? If you're looking for watch hours, just let me know. I just left work, so I'm driving. Be safe listening. I got you. Okay. There are several streaming services. I was just yelling at a driver going by me, and it got on the chat. Oops. I didn't hear anything, so you're good. Okay, Desert, let's line up next week. Who wants to view your playlists? Okay, so if you want to trade, I'm willing to trade with anybody. So we got Bells. So Bells will be first on the list, and we'll trade with Bells. And Bells, you have my channel. You can start. I feel bad because you're going to have to go from playlist to playlist to playlist. But if Belt Loot drops that link in the chat, maybe we can figure out what he had in mind. Local, are you getting better loading longer videos? Okay, yeah. See, that's the other thing. A lot of my content is long. It's long content. So, and when you sign up to someone's, to trade playlists, it's important to watch the video, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You should be like, I had a list. So when I started doing this is the list. So if I was to trade with someone, the questions I would ask, right, to make sure you watched my videos, were how many videos were in this particular playlist? That would be one of my questions. Which video did you like best, or which playlist did you like best and why? Or which playlist did you not like and why? Do you have any suggestions for me? Which short was your favorite? How many shorts did you watch? Would you recommend my channel to others? Do you share their content on other platforms? So these are some of the things that are involved when you're sharing playlists. You shouldn't just be running it. That's not that. I get it. I get that. But the algorithm is picking up the communication that you guys are. So when you're running a playlist, you're hitting the like You're commenting. And that's what the algorithm looks for when you're watching the videos. Poetic Tears, it is a lot of work. You are so right. It takes a long time. Sometimes I'm up till midnight, and so is my team. And through the night, they're just great questions. Thank you. Yeah. So I mean, that's how you know people are watching your channel. And you know what? They may not like it. They may say, you know what? I watched your stuff, and thanks for the hours, and I'm out. But these are some of the questions that that you may want to ask. Hey, how many videos were on this playlist? And that's how you know if they watched it or not. And if the first thing you'll know is if they comment, right? If they leave a like and a comment. I was saying watching longs are easier than shorts because we like every video and usually have conversation with the group on that channel. So a long is a way easier. That's a good way to look at it, actually. It is hard work. YouTube ain't easy. It's not. And I am trying my hardest right now. Like, I'm putting so much effort into it because I really, 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 I understand that, David. Yes. I really do want to, I want this as a job, to be honest. I don't want to work for Google, but I would love to do this. Like, I'm a chatter. I like conversation. Double Roses, Twinsland. Hello, new here from Raw Foodage. Oh, great. Welcome. Welcome, Double Roses. Glad to have you. Triplet. Welcome. I'm glad to have you in the chat. And you'll get to meet really good people here. And if you're a friend of Foodage, I'm a friend of yours. I love her. She's great. Everybody is really great. So I watched one YouTuber playlist trying to help them get to the monetization stage. I'm talking over 10 playlists, over 10-hour playlists, and they never return the favor. And that poetic is what I am talking about, because that happened to me twice. I traded playlists twice and I got nothing. So that's why I was like, okay, these are the questions I want to know. And you don't even have to ask these, because they'll be commenting on your video and they'll be hitting that like button. And that's what you need. That is exactly what that algorithm wants to see. It's the communication. So it's, really just, you've got to, not just run the playlist, but that's rude. We love you too, Raw. Great connection, the Double Roses. David, that's fine when you're first starting out. It's impossible once the channel starts getting larger. And see, that's the other thing. So once the channel gets larger, and once you have your subs and your hours, and it's yes, communication is the key, but not a viewer communication with you and your contact. Communication is the key, but not a viewer communicates with you and your contact, right? I don't even ask anybody to play my playlist. I watch others or just have them play just to help them. I don't expect anything back. That's great. That's awesome. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I go on Poetic, I go on Bell, I go on all your channels. I love, and that's why I subbed, is because I actually like your content. So, but I think what's happening in some of these like communities, and people are, saying, oh yeah, we'll trade playlists. Poetic just said exactly what happens sometimes. It just, they'll say, okay, we'll trade playlists, but the reciprocation doesn't happen back. Like, you put all these hours into watching, just like Poetic said, and you don't get anything back. And so it sucks. It just sucks. So you're in mine all the time. Yes. I actually love, and I was actually talking to my team about your channel, Local, was another one that I would love to trade with, because you have a really good, actually going to give you a moderator. I'll add you as a moderator. Yeah, so I just, that's how you find these awesome channels. You get to watch, and then some of them aren't, you don't like, and you don't go back, and it's just, it is what it is. So, it's just, that's how I was able to find Real Thoughts. But I like to help other small channels when I can. Yes, and that's the thing. I think that's where we're all at right now. Most of us, not Belt Loop. He's good. But a lot of us are still, like, I think Poetic, you're up there. You're at 600 maybe. You're doing well. Tracy's is doing awesome. She's got over 1,000. We helped her out last week. We got her 65 hours, I think it was. Raw footage, we got you some good hours. Let's do it. Okay, because I really like your channel. And okay, so we have Bells, Bulldogs, and David, if you're still on. I think you guys are. So Bells, and then we have Local Reviewer. We'll start. I'm going to write this down. Bells, Local. Okay, Reviewer. Yeah, so we're all trying to get to that point, right, where we can get monetized. And it's easy to find them when you drop into a lot of small channel live streams. Yes, lots of people in there are content creators, not the large channels, and that's for sure. That you said it, Bello. Why would they be? Why do they have to be? They're not going to waste their time. They're making, they've got it. They don't need to do this. But I do have a full-time job besides YouTube, and me too. And that's why this is so hard. And that's why I have a few other people that I've asked in my community to check out the channel. If they like it, they'll sub you guys. And they'll watch your videos. If they don't like it, you won't get a sub, but you'll get the watch and you'll get the communication from them. They will do that. But they will, and that's how we grow. That's how it all grows. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. And I like to help out people, and I like to find new channels. I love it. I just love, finding new channels, and just, there's billions of channels out there on YouTube. And, watching playlists is definitely a good way to get hours, but definitely communication. And then you really get to see, the videos, and if you're going to like the channel, and if you're going to sub, so I think it's really good to trade playlists. And I will definitely trade playlists with Bells and Local. Poetic, you and I did, and wow, 716. You're at 716. Poetic Tears, I added a few subs. You're at 721. Oh, damn. See, Bell Loop, I mean, we have all the support, you guys. It's really good. It's really, really good. On my earning tab. I think most people do. Some focus solely on their own success. Those tend to take longer and or struggle more. Oh yeah, just want to mention, Local also has a GoFundMe for his dream food truck. Oh, I thought about doing that at some point. I love cooking, and I'm Italian, and I had a lot of hopes and dreams back in the day. So none of them panned out, but one of them did when I owned my spa. But other than that, it's all gone downhill. But you're all rocking it. Yes, and Jesse's, I'll get you a moderator too, because I love you. You're good. You're a good channel. Yeah, and so that's how I'm able to find these great channels. And I love all these channels. It's just really it's fun to watch. And like I said, I traded with someone the other day I was on Tuber Chat yesterday, and I traded with someone there, and I ended up, having my team help, and I put in the effort. I was watching and liking, and I had, others helping, and I didn't get anything back from this person. So not 1 hour, not one like, not one anything. So it was disappointing because I spent a lot of time, David. The difference is that if you watch 10 hours of Desert, we give 20 plus hours in return because we are watching as a team. And he just gave it away. Yeah. So I have a team of people that will triple your hours, basically, if you want to trade with me for watch hours. I have a very good team of people that are willing to watch your videos, comment on them, like them, and you may get a sub out of it. It just may happen, like raw footage. All my people, I don't know if you got subs out of. I think David subbed to you, maybe. I don't know if Bulldogs did. There's a few, so I think you might have gotten them as subs because they just loved your channel. So that's the other thing. You also get subs from them. If you're really, 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 you're welcome. You should have had it from the beginning. I wasn't thinking. There he is. That's who I was talking about, Robert. Hey, Robert, what's happening? How you doing tonight? So I was just talking about, I was just telling my team tonight before I came live that Robert Carter, Raw Footage, Poetic, Real Thoughts, Bell Loop, like I was talking about all these people, Bell Loop, that are just the best to, when we're in the source and we're chatting, I just have such a good time with you guys. Like, it's just hilarious. It's just it's just so funny. The chats that go on, and just, we have such a good time. But Robert was another one that I wouldn't mind trading playlists with because he has a good channel. I actually watch, his channel, and I comment, and Belt Loop has many channels. I want to actually, I think I'm members of two. I became members of two of your channels, and then I became a member of Devil Dog because I love his channel. He's great too. You get to find these new channels. Because there's billions of channels out there, and a lot of them, a lot of the big channels with millions of followers and viewers, I don't like them. I just don't like them. They get so big that something changes in them. They start out, really, Raw Footage. He just reached 1K. Nice. Yes. So a lot of these big channels, they just start off as like, they start off great, and then something happens to them, and they just end up being awful. So I tend to go to channels that are, with a few thousand subscribers, and I'm more interested in things like that. So. But Robert, if you're interested, in trading playlists, because I do like your channel, I would definitely be interested in that. That would be cool. I just lost my chat. Hold on 1 second, guys. My thing is going to go off. Okay. You're welcome. Of course. Anything for you. Yeah, so again, that's how I found all these great channels, and I love watching them. And like I said, some of the bigger channels, I can't they're just, I just don't find any interest in them. And they have millions of followers, and I don't understand how they get them. I just don't. I do not understand how they get these followers. Some of them are just, some of the things they do on their channels, and just, I don't get it. I just don't get it. So, yeah, I don't know. It just surprises me that, you know, they get that many. I don't know how they get there, but they do. They've probably been on, right, for, I don't know, years and years and years, because it's taking a long ass time to grow my channel. It's just taking a long time. I've been doing this since April, and I have a lot of videos out there, a lot of shorts. I put a lot of time into it. And to be honest, I probably work more for Google and YouTube than I do for my own job. So it's just double roses. I thought I gave you, I think I gave you a moderator. Yeah, you should be moderator now. Every time I click off that, it clicks off the chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, it's just you know, it's tough. It's a lot of work, but I do like doing it. I love doing this stuff. I really do, and that's why I was like, man, I would love to have a podcast. Like, I would really love to have a good podcast, like with someone, you know, that you could have a good discussion with, and you know, even like debate different, you know, if you have different views on things, you know, talk about it and debate it. And I think it would be just really, really good. And it was funny because it was my husband that said, you would be a great podcaster with this other, with Real Thoughts. He's like, you guys would just be, he's like, I would watch it. And so I was laughing so hard because, he was like, you guys are just, you know, you have a good perspective, you have, you know, good communication, you both are, what, you can speak very well, and, you know, Real Thoughts is super smart, and so you're welcome, hon. Yeah, so I just thought, man, that would be probably my next like goal, is to, David, Bells and Stars, I have you down for hours. Is there anyone else that would like hours? Yeah, so I just I'm gonna start with Bells and Stars. Let's see, Bells and Stars, and then we have local reviewer David and Bulldogs. That's our next. So we'll start with that one, and then right after this live, I'll start. I see your channel being a platform like Charlie Kirk did, freedom of speech and debates. And Raw, I was so torn up about Charlie because I followed him. I followed his podcast, and I loved, because I work all the time too. Real Thoughts. I took my other channel close to a couple years to get monetized. Yeah. It takes a long time. It does. It takes a long time. And you have both your channels are great. But back to Charlie Kirk I loved his debating. I didn't agree with everything he said, and I'm not really, I believe in God, but I'm not a practicing, you know, I'm not a religious. He was very religious. You know, he brought that to his debates, and I watched him constantly. So I was a huge fan, and I was torn up. I cried and cried and I cried for weeks. Like, I still I'm not over what I saw. Like, I saw it happen because I was watching it, and I still have that vision of what happened. And I tried to do a video of it. Okay, so I saw some whom got monetized within 3 months. Yeah, that's the other thing. People can blow up like that. Like, they can just blow up. And that's the other thing. I want to know how. How does that happen? Going live every day. It's hard when you work a full-time job. It's hard. But I did try to do a video of Charlie, and it turned out to be a disaster. I had 300 takes of it. It's edited up the ass. Like, every scene I did was crying and just I couldn't get the words out. But there was 2 speeches that I had to play in that video, and one of them was Tucker Carlson, and the other one was the guy that was with Charlie that took him into the SUV and brought him to the hospital. He was a mentor of Charlie. And so in that video, it's terrible, guys. If you go to that video, it's it's just a really bad video. But go to those speeches because Tucker Carlson nailed every word. Like, just, if anything, that speech in that video that I have is just, I have chills right now. Just the way he talked in that speech, it just was crazy. So, you could tell I was crying in the video. It was edited to it's bad, but I still put it up. I was like, I'm just going to put it up. Because I wanted that, I wanted that out. And I did a bunch of shorts on that. And guess what? Those shorts got over 1,000 views. All my shorts from that video, from that one video I did on Charlie, the video did terrible. The shorts, every short I put out got over 1,000 views. And I put them on X, and I got over thousands of views on X. And Poetic, yours are going like crazy. Like, I'm sharing your stuff on X, on my X account. And they're just, I don't know if you're getting more subs from that or what, but I actually do share some of videos on my X account because they're so good. And my X account is growing like crazy because I post on my X account also. So amazing desert. Yeah. It's it's a huge platform. X is a huge platform, and you have a little bit more freedom of, what you can say. And I'm also on Rumble. So I also have Rumble, I have X and YouTube. So I got to get X. So I would tell you my tag name, but I created it way back when I was a Trump supporter. Well, I still am, but and I was super young and a little bit cuter than I am now. So, but I'll email you my handle at X so you can look at your stuff because it's pretty funny. Is your name the same? No. Okay. So I'll tell you what the name is, but I won't tell you how I spell it because then you'll be able to. So at the time I was super cocky and just, young and whatever. So my handle is @Hottie for Trump. So that's my handle. It will change though, because that's not what I want to be anymore. So, yeah. So anyway, that is my handle on X, and that one video of Charlie Kirk did really bad, but all my shorts were like in the thousands. And then, the source. No way. Hi, welcome. So happy you are here. You're here with all your fans. You are here with all your fans. Yeah, so nothing wrong with that, Poetic. It's not the name I want to use now. Like I said, I was young. I was a little cocky back then, so I was like, I'm going to be @Hottie for Trump. That's what I want my name to be. So, and I was promoting Trump back then and all that stuff when he was running in 2016. So that's my handle on X, but I'm doing really well on X. Like, a lot of my videos are over 1,000 views on X, and a lot of my shorts are doing really well. So even though that Charlie Kirk video was horrible and horrific, those speeches that I played in that video, the Tucker Carlson one, and then the other one of the mentor, Charlie's mentor, I made shorts out of that, and those shorts they're almost 2,000 views on those shorts. So sometimes the video doesn't do the greatest, but the shorts end up coming out and, doing well. And I think some of the growth in my channel may have come from X. And again, I'm also on Rumble too. So Rumble is a great platform. A lot of YouTubers are on Rumble. I see a lot of the same people on Rumble. The great thing about Rumble is you do get monetized instantly. It's not a lot of money. There is still, a path. So you get monetized, a very small monetization when you first start. Once you hit 100 subscribers, then you get into a different type of monetization. They give it, every time you get to a higher number of subs, you get more money. So I am making a tiny bit on Rumble. I work so hard on YouTube because this is really where I want to be. I probably have 500 videos on my YouTube channel. I probably have 300 on my Rumble account. So, and then I have, maybe 70 shorts on my Rumble account. But my X account is, it's huge. I have a lot. YouTube is very small monetarily. I know. That's what's killing me. And that's what I was asked. I think I asked the source this. I think we talked about this actually on my interview when I was on the source. I was like, what? I hear that you don't really make. I guess if you get ad revenue, I believe. I think the ad revenue is where you do make the money on YouTube. So that's where it all comes in. So it's just a lot of work, I do 3 lives a week. So I do a Thursday night, I do a Saturday, a Sunday. Sometimes I'll do a Friday night because the Friday nights lives in the desert are beautiful. And then I do a couple of recorded videos a week. So like I said, I think I work more for you. I think I work more for Google and YouTube than I do for my regular job, because I'm just constantly researching and recording. And again, that video I put out yesterday, I can't even believe I got 20 comments on that video. And just the interaction from that video that I put out, I was just, I think I had more comments than views on that video. So I was really happy about it. I was like, yes, it's finally happening, So, and the source, he did say that. He's like, it will happen. It's going to happen. You got to give it time. And he's right. It's just a lot of work. He built up an amazing community, and we all know that because we're all on, we're all on his lives all the time. So, and they're super fun, and his interaction is great. He's fun. He's high energy. He enjoys talking to people, which is, I think, huge for YouTube. You've got to, really, really like that. Yeah, membership is good upside potentials. Yes, right. So that's the other thing, right? So I do pay for some, members. Like I said, I pay I have maybe 5 or 6 or 7 that I pay memberships to. So that does help. And then ads. DoDash gets good checks. She has a lot of subs though. Yeah. We helped Tracy's out. Tracy's, she has a great channel. Once we traded playlists, I was like, oh my God, I love her channel. She's just a great, she has a really good channel. And then Raw also. And, but the trading of the playlist is a great idea because you do get to, if you really do what you're going to say, because source, I got to tell you what happened. I said I would trade. I'm not going to say the person's name. 2 people actually happened with, and it's not anybody in here. So, but I don't even think it was maybe from the source. It was from Tuber Chat, I think. And I said, let's trade playlists. And so we did. And I religiously watched their playlist, watched their videos. I had a bunch of people that I have on my community. Tracy's Local Learning. Yes, David. Yes, because you're one of the ones that helped me with that. And they